Right, we are here for another episode of the Four Horsemen. If people don't know, just in case you didn't see the last episode, we've changed the format. We don't do that like summoning thing anymore because, believe it or not, the joke being, in the same way as our careers were entirely self-motivated, we can't rely on you to do anything, can we? So we just have to do it all ourselves. So the joke is, like, funnily enough, when a certain now potentially exiled G2 owner came on the crackdown with me and Dom, famously in the episode, right? He got such a big ego. He once just said, I will ask myself a question, and then asked himself a question and then answer it. Because, by the way, back then, he was a very lovable character, believe it or not, for his irascible behavior. So what we're going to do is we just summon ourselves now, essentially, and we just talk about wherever we want that's broken the industry. But the good news is there's so much broken, it'll just be a regular show from now on. Probably actually be back quite often instead of, like a posse that had to come in to rescue and say, now it's every week. We're just the police at this point, I guess.
Yeah. So the problem, guys, and what we realized this year is that the purpose of this show was originally to have the summonings for big issues. But now we literally live in a world where we're in esports winter. There's wacky shit happening 24/7. Yep. The Saudis are slowly encroaching on territory that they will soon entirely own. They will just own the entire esports industry, except for Last Free Nation. And that's it. So somebody has to do the job of calling all this stuff out and discussing it. And that's gonna be us, guys. So we will be doing this, not probably every week, but maybe every other week, more regularly for sure throughout this year, because there's been so much to talk about. And obviously, we also want, and many of you have asked about the EG files. We are working that. We had to get all the stories out there, and we have to find the right guests for those shows. So there's that angle as well. So there's kind of historic drama to cover at the same time when we're not covering all of the live drama that is actually occurring. So for those of you who don't know, all of this will, of course, be linked below. I'll just
quickly mention, obviously, our guest for this one is Foxdrop, who himself was not only a League of Legends streamer, but you will have seen him on LEC, and he's done a bunch of other tournaments in the EU ecosystem, etc. He's been around quite a long time, and essentially, he will be our expert guest for this one because he actually knows the talent scene and what League of Legends has been like for many years.
And especially because
he's on career suicide, by the way.
Good vibes at the beginning. Okay.
I've been the oven door for my career has been open and on ever since I joined up with Rich and Thorin. So
this is you just metaphorically putting your head into it now.
Exactly.
Okay, right, I see. Okay.
So it was important. So he does do his show Side Select, which you can check out with Thorin and Foxdrop and Rich, and that show is wonderful. Does cover kind of pan industry news. Really great stuff. So do check that out as well if you guys are interested. It has half of the people on the show currently.
Like, an open mic night for this show where no one's watching, so I can get all my material off and workshop it, and then anything that's good, I'll just bring to the other shows, But yeah, I love him, obviously. Yeah, great guy.
So it was important. We asked Foxdrop because a lot of the people who were let go on the LEC side have been there for a considerable amount of time, and Foxdrop obviously has knows who these people are, can speak to their roles on the show, can kind of speak to their longevity and how this might affect the LEC broadcast. But wait, there's more, because it wasn't just the LEC that lost a bunch of staff, guys. Turns out it was also everywhere else, because this same week, coincidentally, before the end of the financial quarter.
It does depend whether you read the real reports or the made-up ones. The made-up ones, you never know who's getting fired and from what region. And the real ones, it just actually states who's being fired and what region's hiring people. So you decide between the two guys.
I'm sure Richard will discuss his report versus
we'll get into that later.
Very fancy sheep esports report by noted journalist Arsh Goyle.
Arse Boyle, that's his name. Arse Boyle, that's what I call him.
So it's either that or my other one was Arse Hoyal. So it's like this is how pathetic we are. That's the sort of thing we're actually devoting our energies to. Like, what's a good nickname? What's a good? Yeah.
Listen, if Donald Trump taught me one thing, it's like always give withering nicknames to your opponents. Well done, Donny. Anyway, sorry, I'll shut the fuck up. Go on.
So, with that in mind, guys, it's not just, of course, the LEC side of things. It's also the LCS side of things. It's also the Riot Games in general side of things, because they kind of have quietly murdered their streaming service, which actually was quite important to the promises that they had made to the teams about monetization. So that's very interesting. And then also you may have seen massive drama on the Activision Blizzard side as they cut, I believe, 60 out of 72 of their full-time employees. On the esports side, a bunch of people from Call of Duty League, CDL, and obviously with Overwatch Leagues shutting down and the newly announced Saudi-run Overwatch circuit, they're operated by Esports Engine. There was not necessarily a need to employ many of these people full-time any longer. So a bunch of my former colleagues, unfortunately, have been let go from that situation. So I can talk to that as well. So there's a lot to unpack here. Obviously, the LEC news was probably the biggest splash in terms of it kind of getting the most headlines. So I think we should probably start with that. And so to introduce us, I think we should talk to Richard about his article that he did research and had sources for.
Yes, I did do research and have sources. It was a strange
Incredible.
reaction to this article. Yeah, I know who knew. A strange reaction actually to this piece. First, I just want to say, because after it went live, and I spent all weekend on it. You know, I mean, I reached out to anyone and everyone I could think of. People reached out to me. I'd sort of prepped it by doing a tweet saying, you know, if you're affected by these layoffs, reach out to me. Then, of course, I wrote an article saying I don't give a fuck about the layoffs. You know, it's the duality of man. It's difficult sometimes, you know. But anyway, and so I spent all weekend interviewing a ton of people. These people are all talking independently. They're all corroborating the same things. And, you know, I've always had a rule that's always served me well in my journalism, and that is that, you know, if I think something might be true because like a fantastical source has said it, or I'm hearing it like once, or it feels true, I'm still not going to print it. Like I'm just not. It has to be independently corroborated to get into one of my articles. But anyway, Arse Boyle, now of fucking Sheep Esports. I mean, I hope I get to work for Sheep Esports one day and ascend to the fucking
The most
pantheon.
perfectly named website of all time, by the way.
Yeah.
You couldn't
I
even
know.
parody that.
Well, anyway, he's a guy who he had his most fame rewriting an article I wrote about the Danny situation. He basically said I was wrong, and wrote an article framing his piece as the truth behind Richard Lewis's article, what Richard Lewis got wrong. And then he had to correct it 4 or 5 times because he's a fucking moron. And why anyone would think this guy, who is like, as far as I can tell, just some like reject from like an esports org, who's had like no formal training. I don't know if he's even written for a college paper. He's suddenly trying to present himself as a guy good enough to rewrite all of my work and correct my work. So after I published my piece, he publicly said, there's tons wrong, that's easily verifiable. And also said, guess I'm going to be accused of plagiarizing Richard Lewis again. Then proceeded to plagiarize my article. I mean, you can even tell from the structure, the way the timeline works for them. It's exactly what I printed. It's like, you know, to call it plagiarism is obviously a great, you know, exaggeration, but they've clearly used my article as a framework. And I don't think there's any way, shape or form this kid could have gone first with his article, which you will notice he never does. So anyway, after that happened, there was a French guy, French commentator said like, oh, I've heard from people at the LEC that there's a few details that are wrong in this article. Clearly it's coming from the Sheep Esports folks. And basically they then wrote their article and it didn't correct anything in mine. It, in fact, reiterated it, and then they got details wrong. Like, as we said before we went live, Duncan said, it's like plagiarizing someone's work and then getting a lower mark in the exam. But anyway, the long and the short of it is, there's been a culture of overwork at LEC for a long time. Everyone's been running around and they all do multiple jobs. Like, people don't just work on the LEC at LEC, they're working on the EMEA. The observers that they fired were guys that worked on everything. They're global stuff.
They worked on a lot of the international events too. So MSI, Worlds, etc.
Yeah, MSI. Yeah, exactly. So they're doing these global projects. I think maybe even Valorant in some cases. There were some people who were definitely being pulled out of this work pool to go and work on another game. What people were saying to me was there is no way that the global people who made these layoffs could have been aware of how much they were doing. Because if they were, they wouldn't have let them go. It's untenable. And so there was this aura of panic around the broadcast. There were discussions on the table about postponing the week, which Riot thought optically would have been so bad. You know, they flew in these staff, which is the bone of contention, I guess. People are saying, no, they didn't fly anybody in. They didn't fly anybody in from America. I don't know how many times I have to see it verified. It's publicly verified. I don't know why Rich on his podcast thought it wasn't true. It's true. They've even confirmed, the people who said it wasn't true initially.
I believe Rich just heard it as hearsay. I don't think he knew it to be like a fact.
Yeah, which is fine. He's on a podcast.
Yeah,
I don't give
exactly.
I don't give a fuck. You're on a podcast.
He wasn't disputing you specifically, though.
Yeah, exactly. No, of course
By
not.
the way, there's actually a bigger topic I want to ask you about on this, because even though you did write it up, sadly, one thing I've had to learn in the modern day of esports is you sort of have to hold people's hands and lead them through. Like, see, it's almost like a fucking denouement of a murder mystery. Like, it's not, this is how he did it, and then after this scene, he came to here. So one thing I want to ask you was, I think a detail people are missing about this story is that thing about the Project Striker thing, where basically Riot already had this approach where they have a central hub in Ireland or whatever, and then all programming, like what comes in there, and it's like they essentially do production from there and then pipe it back out to the regions or something. Because if you don't understand that part, you're going to be a bit lost in the story. I feel like it wasn't just like there's LEC here, and LCS. They have like a centralized thing they do, right?
So what they did was they built in Dublin, and you guys can look this up. It's called Project Striker, spelled Stryker, which I don't really understand the naming behind it because it just sounds like the medical equipment company. So it's a little weird. But anyway,
that one reminds me of that guy from X-Men 2, which is the evil bad guy Brian Cox plays, who tries to round up all the great talented young people of the world and kill. Wait a second. Fuck it. Yeah, keep going
on. So when we talk about Project Striker, that's where we're talking about this centralized broadcasting hub in Dublin, and they've been doing some kind of tests from there. For those of you who don't know, they actually ran the early stages of Worlds this year out of Dublin. So they sent all the casters to Dublin for the first part, even though Worlds itself was occurring in Korea this year. And they did basically a remote broadcast. So they had the feeds, the control room was, as I understand it, was in the facility in Dublin. And also, as I understand it, they have been doing a lot of the technical production of LEC from Dublin for this year already. So a lot of what's going on in terms of preparing the feed for broadcast and that kind of stuff was already being done from Dublin, which is probably partially why these layoffs occurred, because they are trying to cut costs by having a centralized location for a lot of the content that they're generating, which in turn makes it cheaper, especially if they want to do remote broadcasts. Also, for example, this year, at least for the opening of LPL, some of the casters were sent to Dublin to do the kind of opening matches of the LPL. And that is also being produced now that the LPL has changed hands to be kind of officially under the LPL English stream. I should clarify. The LPL English stream has kind of gone over into Riot's domain after the old broadcast last year dropped it and caused kind of a crisis of whether there would be an LPL English stream this year. It has now been taken over, and it is being operated out of Dublin with now the casters like kind of doing remote calls in, but they sent the casters there. But anyway, point is, a lot of this work is already being done out of Dublin, and it's probably just cheaper because you can hire full-time employees and you're doing multiple shows. There's kind of always work for them to do, as it were. And I think they looked at, and by they, I mean, as far as I can tell, it was not anybody to do with anything in Europe. This was like a top level decision where they looked at a bunch of names on a piece of paper and their roles and ended up just slashing them to pieces without really knowing what they did. To the point of, these observers were actually full-time employees because they were doing stuff throughout the entire year on Riot's international events, right? There were also some really surprising cuts. So if you'll remember, the LEC studio has recently gone a major renovation to prepare it to host VCT Europe, which is the Valorant League in Europe. And by the way, guys, coming up this weekend is the first doubleheader weekend of LEC and VCT. And there are a lot of people still over in the Riot studio in Berlin that are very concerned about how this is going to go with the number of layoffs that they've had, because they laid off a bunch of engineers who handled the technical side of the studio. So if there are any IT issues or, you know, kind of any other technology issues, many of those people were laid off. They're now down to one observer, which is why they had to fly in additional help to observe to Berlin. They had to fly in, as far as I understand it, production and engineering support from Dublin. So they ended up spending a bunch of money on flights, hotels, for all of these people that they had to bring in. They laid off the executive producer, Dirk, who is somebody I know, which is very shocking, guys, because he had been there for 10 years. And to get rid of the lead producer on the product, when the product itself, I think we can all agree, has mostly been a creative success. In fact, for many years, it was a significantly better product than the LCS, which caused, you know, it to rise pretty substantially in popularity. They cut a lot of the creative staff. As you guys will notice this past weekend, there were very limited, pre-game and post-game shows. Those are called Ready Check and Post-Game Lobby. They cut the writers who were writing scripted segments. They cut graphics producers. So there's just a lot fewer assets for people to work with. They cut, as I understand it, one of the person who is in charge of doing a lot of the music videos and like really fun shoulder content that we've all grown to appreciate, or many fans really love about the LAC. And what, you know, maybe some of this will be contracted out in the future, and they're planning to not just have full-time employees, but it's going to be hard to get those same people to do this kind of stuff, because as I understand it, with German labor law, you can't just let somebody go and then immediately hire them again as a freelancer. There's like a significant cool down period. So it may be a while, and probably, you know, most of these people.
By the way, people keep saying, why hire someone else when the guy's already there and you've already paid him to do the job? That's why Monty said they can't just like give him a different contract. I mean, as far as I can tell, that's even a logical thing. Like, otherwise I'd say, right, you're fired from your normal job, but come back on Monday and as a freelancer with none of the benefits. Like, you can imagine how employers would use that to scam people. So as far as I know, it's actually more complicated, Monty, like you say. Like, they can't just bring the same person back, right?
Yeah, and by the way, you know, by the time that cool down period has ended, you know, maybe these people will have full-time jobs, or they won't want to come back as a freelancer. Turns out that can make you pretty bitter. And also, the intent of this is to pay you less money and less benefits. So if you have other options, you know, perhaps you don't come back. And I think a lot of these people have a portfolio from the LEC that is pretty good now. So you would think that perhaps there'd be opportunities for them to kind of go elsewhere. So this is all to say, like, Foxdrop, what were you seeing the list of people? What was your kind of take on who was let go? Because from what I can tell, it was a lot of shock that they would get rid of people that were considered kind of mission critical to the LEC and its continuing function.
The big name that stands out, and that's the one that you even touched on, is Dirk. When I was working on the LEC, Dirk he was essentially the big boss, the head honcho. Whenever there was anything worth discussing, anything, I think even my fate was in Dirk's hands, whether or not I was getting hired onto the show. But as far as like the overall kind of direction of the show, how the show was going to go, it all came to Dirk. You know, he was always the big name that just organized it all at the end of the day. You know, like I know when I was on there, Quickshot was in charge of like getting talent on and stuff like that. And even
kind of sounds like he's working multiple jobs there, mate.
Well, he back in the day was, yeah, but he's even he would have to go through Dirk, you know, and it was he was kind of just like the big cheese of everything to do with LEC. So when I saw you post that list, Monty, and saw Dirk's name on there, I was like, what the fuck? Dirk isn't safe. Like, that's so absurd to me. Like, that's actually ridiculous. And yeah, like there's a lot of background people there that people won't know, but obviously have quite a big hand in how the LEC works, specifically with like you know, the engineers and like stats and stuff like that. It's like a lot of little things that add up. Like we used to have like, you know, these pre-show meetings and whatever, and we'd always have like one of the stats people come in and talk to us about everything and what's going on. I noticed her name's on the list, she's not there anymore. It's just little things like that, and we'd often build segments off of these kind of things. And when you've lost your lead data person and a lot of the creative people as well, and from what I can see, so obviously I was somewhat more familiar with people with their gamer handles and their actual full names, but as has been reported as well, like the Observer Squad, they had their own little room. It was quite sweet, actually. It was quite a cute little nook, their own little squad. There was three people, and then one person was like an intern at any given time. I think there's only one of them left, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And how good was the LEC observing?
Good.
Exactly as you pointed out as well. They were not just LEC people. You know, I used to hang out with some of them, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm busy. You know, Worlds is on. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, Worlds? You're an LEC person.
I have a theory about that. You know, why the observers have sort of been let go, because I think there might even have been some observers in other departments let go. It might even have been one at LCS. And when I was looking at that big long list, it came up a few times. Observer. I reckon they might be looking to outsource their esports event like in 2025. I think probably that'll become, you know, like ESL Saudis are going to be doing it. Probably this Esports World Cup will be a test run, and then in 2025 they'll announce that Saudi are going to do LEC and LCS, and they'll underwrite it. You don't need observers if you're outsourcing production. See,
yeah,
it makes no sense to let a 7-year veteran observer that does all your shit go now if you're planning to do esports yourself. You know, it just doesn't hold up. So I think there's a lot of arrows pointing to them potentially outsourcing their esports now, and that will be especially hilarious when that happens. And Saudi are running fucking LCS and LEC. Can't wait to see the reaction to that one. But
I mean, I
think that's a 2025 development, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that's certainly on the table, because if you're Riot and you have the chance to have somebody else finance your marketing arm for you, that's like it's such an insane development for you. And you know, the way that you can kind of dissolve your current team participation agreements is simply by offering a better team stipend to the existing teams that's funded by the Saudis, so they enter into a new team participation agreement with ESL. That is more lucrative for the teams, which obviously in esports winter, the teams are going to be very happy about. And, you know, Richard, even if that doesn't come to fruition quickly, like clearly we must know, like you must assume that those conversations are at least happening. And I heard
Mark Merrill was in Saudi directly. And this is what people don't understand. You know, his role's kind of changed. You know, he's not the CEO now. He's in some weird, what is he, like head of product? He's got some
chief
weird
product officer. Yep.
Yeah. So he's got like some ambassadorial role in the company now. You know, which is like, I'm hearing about these conversations, and it's like they're so hilarious to get, like how he's calling himself like a fucking TV executive producer now because of fucking Arcane and stuff. You know, but anyway. So he's out there, like, you know, he went directly, I heard, to Riyadh for that big esports summit they all had, and was essentially, you know, talking about this esports World Cup they're going to do, which, spoiler, just announced today, a program where 25 teams have been pre-selected to just earn free money from the Saudi Arabian state. Oh my me, I wonder which ones it will be. And so obviously Riot Games is sort of folding into that now with having a League of Legends Esports World Cup, which is going to be the Saudi run equivalent of MSI. So yeah, obviously he's had the conversation about what if you just ran our whole league. And I'm pretty sure if those conversations occurred, because it would be ESL staff essentially who've done IEM and all sort of stuff, I imagine it's a dunk. I imagine, you know, I'd be very surprised if it didn't happen next year.
Well, it's also that I think these, you know, those observers could get rehired very easily to operate the league under its new potential ownership. And even if that doesn't come to fruition quickly, I think what we should anticipate is that MSI will be in the Middle East soon. like within the next couple of years, because they already hosted it in Brazil. And so I think it would be very shocking if there wasn't an MSI in Saudi Arabia within 2025 or 2026. That's what I fully expect to happen.
But yeah, anyway, so I wanted to ask again. I know Duncan hasn't said anything for a while, but just quickly with Foxdrop, I just wanted to ask. You saw my article, right? I mean, is that reflective of things you've observed there? Because I think we're talking about the layoffs, but what was more concerning to me is the people they were laying off were already at breaking point. For as far as I could tell, they were working incredibly hard to get this product, this broadcast over the line week in, week out. We're working in other regions, other territories, sometimes other games. And what I was told by a number of people was that if you don't say yes to the additional work, they factor that into your consideration of your performance bonus, which, of course, you should be judged on the job you're hired to do, not all the extra periphery shit. But I've seen this in corporations quite a lot. It's how they get you. So I wanted to ask you about what when you read the article, did you observe any inconsistencies and inaccuracies or things that weren't true to your experience?
No, but I'm gonna be real. Like, my full knowledge of is not as deep as what you have researched and would understand. But from my pure experience, it doesn't seem like anything is kind of inaccurate or unfair to say. I think even if just the spirit of things, like, there certainly is a culture of like certain amount of pressure being involved in the Berlin offices, and like the just being involved in the LEC product as a whole. And I think it is very true, at least when you say there's extra work, which is kind of the expectation that you really have to just do it. Like, you're contracted to do your job, and then you'll get thrown extra stuff and you can't really say no.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really fostered the most positive working environment, at least from my observations when I was over there. Everyone always seemed to have something to complain about being involved in the esports broadcast. And I am going to commit slight heresy for this show. I've heard good things about Riot Games and working for Riot Games, not on the esports side, but
Yeah,
as a
right.
whole.
Crucial detail there.
Yeah, people who, I generally, I've heard people who just say that Riot's a really nice company to work for, but for me, that was always the stark difference. Is I never heard it from anyone that was out in Berlin. And yeah, the thing that kind of worried me as well about the names, and it's kind of related to what you were saying, is a lot of the names are people that almost that there's more to a workforce than just what you provide on paper, right?
Yeah.
And so these names are people that would almost like the social glue of the esports broadcasting in a certain way, and will certainly be missed. I know at least one of them on the list is long time dating one of the LEC casters.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's like, you can imagine that's
Fun
really
fucking
great for
conversations over
yeah.
drinks. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I just, and from what I have heard, and I mean, this is sort of a positive, but really a net negative. The frustrations of all of this situation, from Berlin's perspective, it wasn't any of their decision, and everyone's pissed off about it, right? I know
Yeah.
it's not much to say, and it says a lot about the global state of Riot Games and their esports, but like, yeah, it's very. It was to echo the sentiment of, I believe, of what Monty said earlier. It was just these cuts seem to be made by someone or a group of people that don't really have any idea of what these people provided on the
Yeah.
broadcast. Or
It was even intimated to me as well, on a couple of occasions, just talking casually to people, that if you compare the LEC layoffs to the LCS layoffs, and you look at the volume, it's like it's the old NA bias. It's like LCS is the league they're promoting, they're pushing. We've hired a really real commissioner. He's totally a commissioner, guys. He's not just a shill. We've hired this dude and then we've turned our fucking broadcast into kids' TV, lowest common denominator bullshit. So it's completely uncomparable to the average sports broadcast. And yeah, everyone gets to keep their jobs on that one. So, not everyone, there were some layoffs, but I mean, it's like, obviously there's always been this idea that the global department is the NA people, it's the Californians. And so as a result, they make decisions company-wide that are very American-centric. And so there was definitely a sentiment creeping into some of the conversations that European employees, people on the LEC broadcast, have been overlooked as to their wider value by people that were really tunneled in on, we just want to rescue LCS, or we've got an NA bias.
Actually, maybe I'll come in here, because what I'll say is this. That's the main thing that I take from this. It's not even the whole thing of, like, how does this relate to esports winter? Like, what's happened to the health of league? Like, is esports going to be a major focus for it? These are all, like, side topics to me. The main thing here to me is this notion of the person or the people who have done these cuts just seem completely out of touch with their own company structure. Like, they don't actually understand, essentially, who does what. And the joke is, some of the people you're describing sound like you've killed the golden goose. It wasn't just a person who was it is just a producer in Berlin. No, that's just a random person. You can replace that with another person who does for slightly less money. But if that person, like Foxdrop said, has been there for years and they're sort of like the heart of the fucking team, and maybe even like the person who, in this scenario, I could take it one further. Maybe some of these people had like father figure roles of the broadcast, or they were like the support network, or their face, or people trust them. Things that go, funny enough, intangibles that don't show up on an Excel spreadsheet for some wonk in America to press but the number goes down, like he's playing some shit version of Sim City. So except the obvious joke was all the Riot Sim City ones, they just do that thing like I did when I was young, build a massive fucking roller coaster, then all the people just go off the edge, don't they? They just do it that way, don't they? So basically what I would say is this: the reason why it's crazy to me is because, first of all, even at full capacity, League of Legends is actually notorious as a broadcast product for having some of the worst delays routinely of any esport. Like, I'll tell you what, flip the narrative. Make it so that it's Counter-Strike that has delays every tournament, every fucking European event for hours just at the beginning of matches. And then make it so that League didn't have any problems like CSGO and CS2 do nowadays, pretty much, right? Do you imagine people wouldn't say, see, it's proof of Riot's production quality, it's just much better, they've revolutionized esports. Meanwhile, in those amateurish games like CS, they have also... No, but because it's the other way around, we just silently pretend that's not a problem, and then give Riot Publisher of the Year again every fucking year. By the way, the number one game they've published is utterly fucking broken to this day in the year of our Lord 2024, and is still on the original fucking engine. Daughter switched, at this point in time, an entire esports lifetime ago to the new engine. Like, this is actually mental. So they already had that notorious spaghetti code where whoever comes in now and makes things in League really is working with shit apparently from like the end of the 2000s, and some guy who probably doesn't even work at Riot and can't be contacted. So I actually feel sorry for technical staff who work on these games. I imagine it's a very challenging project. So if you think that at max capacity, they already, on LEC, their best Western product, had all these delays and problems and issues in the game and breaks, and by the way, and then you add in the amount of game bug things that have broken things, where like an ult doesn't work, or it didn't affect someone, or a tower didn't hit someone. The amount of problems already, the idea you're then going to come in and cut like core technical stuff and broadcast stuff is just like, that already is just like, you are so out of touch. Like, you could only make, like, the joke is the only person who could make a movie to parody fucking Riot's internal structure would have to be the Coen brothers. They are the only people who would be capable of doing it. So already, you're in fucking bad shape. Then the idea that if you're going to have to make cuts, like you say, well, where am I going to make it? Obviously, logically, that's why the original term was redundancy. You're supposed to actually take the people who don't really do anything, right? This is where the most out of touch, tone deaf take are these fucking idiots who go, this is just like when Elon Musk took over Twitter, though, and he fired all those people, and everyone said the website would be destroyed, but actually it doesn't really have those problems. That's because, you idiot, that was an industry full of people doing fake jobs. Like, if you ever saw, the joke was literally some of the people fired from that job were the ones making those TikToks, like a day in my office in San Francisco. And it really was like, you know, they start out with the smoothie and a 2-hour conversation about a meeting that they might have later that they're going to then go on a yoga beanbag and then go, oh, fuck, man,
they get their
10
free
whole minutes
massage
on that. Yeah, and then the joke was at the end, everyone did watch those and go, what the fuck? This is like a bobble. They're not even doing work. Like, what is this job? And so what happened is those were the sorts of people that were fired from that company. So the joke was, yes, you really did just have, I don't know, 80 people needed to like run all the machines and push the buttons. That wasn't the case here, you idiots. The people fired were like observers in the game, people who ran to production people who actually are essential to the running of the product. And then there's the other thing that's dirty about this story that I'll loop back in, which goes like this. The worst part is when people only heard there are going to be layoffs on LEC, everyone was like, right, well, now we'll know if it all goes even worse, that like it was a problem. But then because of this whole confusion between these articles of like, was there someone brought in or was there not? Then actually initially the first week, Richard, I don't know if you were following the story, people actually treated it like, oh, they didn't fly anyone in, therefore actually it was redundant staff. They weren't needed. It ran fine, didn't it? There was less breaks.
Well, that's so why that was saying that.
Yeah, get into it.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that's why saying that's actually really fucking dangerous and disrespect. The people that have said that I was wrong and no one was flown in,
or that my tweet was wrong because I said I don't know if the LEC can function this weekend, which was true and reflective of the people at LEC who were very concerned. And Riot was
must
concerned,
have agreed with you
which
if they
is
brought in
why
extra staff.
They flew the people in, and guess what, guys? The product still wasn't as good. Like, they didn't have all the things they had before still, and they're not going to have them again. And like, so there's several aspects to this. They temporarily replaced essential people, and they had already outsourced many aspects of technical production to Dublin. So these things are both true. They had to move some of those people from Dublin or from NA to fix the problems that had been created by the layoffs at great expense of hotels. And like, they're going to have to hire some of these people back. So in the long term, they may save money by having people as contractors or something like that. But at the same time, guys, you haven't felt the long-term consequences of this because a lot of the people that were laid off from creative disciplines. So what this is, guys, and let's be very clear about what this is, and LCS suffered these same layoffs. Like, the people responsible for the new HUD, as far as I understand it, have been laid off over at LCS. You know, a lot of these changes that are made to make the product better are gone. You know, the creative aspects. And I don't think Riot gives a fuck as long as games happen. And that's it. And like, there isn't, the fact is that there isn't going to be a lot of compelling content around the broadcasts anymore, because they have eliminated those positions. All those people who were making the cool extra stuff are gone. And maybe you don't care about that. Maybe you only just care about going to the next game. And that's fine. But I think we can say that those extra bits, while they look like a lot of money if you're just looking at the expenses of it, were very critical to growing the LEC into the popular product that it is today. And there is just something, you know, we see the same stuff in any entertainment field when the MBAs get involved, because they see numbers and all they see is we have this viewership and we have these extra costs. The viewership will not take a big hit in the short term, but over a long enough period of time, people lose the affection and the affinity they have for the broadcast because the feel-good feeling isn't there anymore. It's just gameplay. And
if all you care about is showing the game, why have a broadcast at all? Just run it through the client.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, exactly. All your money, right?
Yep. Yeah. So it's
so dumb.
It does feel weird because these extra people or these extra details, the flourishes and the embellishment keep people around. They are critical to growing your audience. When we saw the LCS for years just utterly fail from a creative perspective, the LCS has dwindled to like 20% of its former viewership from 2016, guys. 25%. It has dropped by 75%. And a lot of, we'll talk about many reasons that could have been lack of competitive success. But at the same time, lack of competitive success isn't stopping CBLOL, the Brazilian league, from now getting higher viewership than LCS. And a lot of that is because the product of CBLOL was done a lot better over the last few years, and it was attractive to Brazilian viewers. So I'm not saying that that's the only factor with the decline in LCS, but it certainly is a part of it. And I think it's an undeniable part of it, because let's say you stop playing the game. Well, if there's nothing like no compelling narratives or fun stuff on the broadcast to keep you around, why are you still watching it? It just, you have an infinite world of entertainment out there to pick from these days. And so why give a shit about a product that isn't even trying to, isn't actively competing for your attention? In every possible way that it can. And I think that's what's depressing to a lot of us in esports, is that especially people here who we've all worked on the creative side of broadcasts, and we really have, put our heart into making the best possible experience for fans throughout our careers. And so when you see it just kind of gutted, I mean, yeah, they flew in people, they fixed the problems for now, guys, for now. We'll see what happens when something really goes wrong, like potentially this weekend when VCT and LEC are happening, in the same studio on the same weekend. But it's really about, what's really depressing is it feels like all of these people who built up careers in making broadcasts better have no place anymore. And it's like, what's sad to me is, what are these observers who are in-game camera people who have a very specialized skill set supposed to do now that they've been let go? Like, you could say, well, they shouldn't have done that anyway. Like, why were you doing this for 8 years? It's clearly a dead-end job. That is a true statement, by the way, guys. That is a true statement. But it's still sad because they were very good at their craft. And now we're not going to, all those fun camera angles we got in the LEC of like the close-ups, the different angles, the close-ups on the champion death animations, and those things that really brought character. I didn't see any of those on the LEC this last week, because when you do observing in League of Legends, one person has to be at live at all times. And the other observers are like going back and they're clipping different angles of those fights. The only replays I saw were just the same camera shot from the live feed that they had captured in one of the production side replay machines, and they just slow-moed it, but it was literally the exact same camera work, same sequence, because they didn't necessarily have the bandwidth to go back and do all this stuff. And this is something that the LEC,
which by the way is like Babby's first replay, is like that's so basic in production terms. Like,
but here's the thing is, like, now think of it this way, guys. Before, we had multiple different cameras that were aimed at the map, right? And you could record all of those different camera feeds and switch between them. And so you could even, have that feed that had already been recorded from a different angle. Or unlike in traditional sports, it would be like they could actually just rewind the entire field of action and then change and have any camera angle and do it. But now all we have is one camera pointed at Summoner's Rift and the ability to rewind it. So if you miss something, that's what happens when you have one observer. And they did fly in additional observers, but it certainly wasn't up to par with what we had seen from the LEC previously.
Just real quick as well. The point I was making about all these people coming out and saying, "Oh, I've heard from reliable people." You mean the sheep esports people? They wanted to push their article because it's basically the first time they've done anything investigative that isn't a roster move, and they wanted to make a big deal about it. So, you go and intimate that, the reporting that's out there, Richard Lewis, which can't go on Reddit and can't be talked about by rioters. You intimate there's something faulty about that, with that, and then you push your article, which says all the same shit. The problem with undermining the notion that Riot had to fly people out, this week wasn't the make or break week, guys. It's the upcoming broadcast. Yes. Why? Because VCT, which is being run out of the Striker studio Monty was telling you all about, is going to run parallel to LEC.
It's being run out of Berlin.
Now,
both of them are in Berlin. Striker's the one in Dublin, just to be clear.
Yeah. So the resources that they could have allocated to LEC might not be there this time.
Right.
So
the cavalry has to go away, basically.
Exactly. It's like, and obviously, look, as a long-term strategy, if you have to constantly allocate these resources, these floating workers to dig you can't, it's untenable. Not only does it show that the layoffs were in no way justified, so it's terrible from a corporate perspective. It's also kind of it's now putting an additional burden on workers that probably, just based on what I understand about company culture, are probably already overworked. So something will break down eventually. And LEC hasn't been a polished product. And I'm not saying this to insult the broadcast talent or anything, but it hasn't been a polished product for a while. I'm talking from a technical perspective.
Yeah,
I'm talking
the delays
about delays.
were outrageous. Yeah.
I'm talking about delays. I'm talking about weird little glitches and hiccups. I'm talking about cameras occasionally popping up and it's not the one that it's meant to be, and people are kind of caught a little bit off guard and stuff. It's little things. It's little things that you notice when you work in the business.
Yes.
So look, all the people who have said that now have created a false expectation within the community that everything's going to be all right, and insulted the people that dug LEC out of a hole, which, by the way, includes the broadcast talent, which were all very maudlin and sad. They like, nobody likes to be, in the middle of a layoff where you're watching all your friends go and having worked shows. One of the best feelings in the world when you're doing a show is you meet everybody on day one, you see all your old friends, the broadcast talent are there, you're all hanging out in the green room, it's all hugs, how are the families? Then you meet the crew, then you get to know the crew, then you're starting to talk to the crew, then the crew are doing really sort of kindly things to you, and you go, oh, you didn't have to do that, you didn't have to get me that. And then by the end, you've been on this huge emotional roller coaster, and everyone's there at the end, and we all fucking hug it out, and we know we created something special. If you're doing that on the regular, and then suddenly those people you've been on that journey with are just laid off and gone, and faceless strangers, I'm just here for the week to dig you out of the shit, don't mind me, that energy dissipates. There's not going to be the same kind of exuberance or enthusiasm to come in and do the show anymore. It's just that simple. So these decisions they're going to age terribly. There is no doubt about that.
By the way, just as an aside, to give a little moment of levity, an oasis in this desert of fucking negativity, obviously, right? That's actually one of the hilarious differences between me and Richard when we used to work events like E-League. Richard really would be the guy who comes in and he would be like to the cameraman, hey, how's the wife doing? What's going on with that? And then some other guy, what's going on with your dog or whatever? And then I would actually for real just be like, fuck you talking to them losers for? I'd just go to the desk like, I just blanked all those fucking... Now look, I'll build in something of like, that was just my method to, get into my headspace I had to be in and, keep all distractions. I was just being a diva, but it was fun. That Richard isn't like
in many ways, Duncan is the Ed Norton of desks.
Exactly.
Incredible method.
The bigger point I was going to get to is this is actually the problem. You nailed it there. The issue is you actually at the moment don't know what you don't know if you're just someone who's just a fan who watched and just watches the stream. If you haven't ever worked in production, especially for events like these, like what Monty's saying, you don't know how complicated production elements are. Like, spoiler, 99% of people who've ever complained about observing on the internet were accidentally complaining about the producer, but you're so stupid you think the observer controls which view you see. He doesn't. The observer is a camera pointed at something. The producer chooses which camera's view we see. So half the time in Counter-Strike or League where you're like, why are they watching the bloody stupid observer? No, that observer's job was to watch top lane. The producer guy, he missed on the map that something was going to happen bot lane and didn't swap to the bot lane camera. And then actually what Monty was alluding to there, if you remember, I even thought one of the best innovations in League, actually like revolutionized the fucking BO1s, was that angle they did where you could see all three lanes at the beginning. So if people did do any like cheesy stuff or something like naughty and go for a mad solo kill or something like that, you actually could see all these views at the beginning. And actually that was like way better than the old days of League. That was like a level up. That's something that will require 3 different views, production capabilities, maybe even more, by the way. If you don't know, the next level one would be if we could ever see the control room of the LCK when they were doing those insane replays where they did like whole fucking productions around it. Some of them even had like CGI components, if you remember, where they put it in like a different engine and ran the game replay through that. So you could see third person, if you remember. It was like Smite, if you remember some of the replays. This stuff isn't just one guy with a camera looks and then a guy goes, start stream. Like, people don't know how complicated this thing, and you have to be. This is what the key thing. This is why you can't just fire that guy and go bring in a guy who makes €1,000 less a month. That guy isn't going to have worked in League of Legends. He's not getting worked in esports. Maybe he might just be a random production person. He might be from a different esport. Even the person who's done that in that studio for 5 years is not. It's not just their base level skill. Their like comfort level and how acclimatized they are to working in that environment. That is going to be so. It's going like. You can't pay. There's no like dollar sign you can put on that you can replace. There's no like equivalent transfer. You're going to start from zero with someone else. Even worse, by the way, when you bring in all these like mercenaries and you fired key production people, who's running the team now? Who's harnessing these people? How are we getting them up to speed on what we do? Like, it's like you say, it is almost inevitable at this point in time. It is going to break down. Like, the joke is the dam has just got cracks coming and the water's coming through. It's like it's inevitable. You can have a week
and
where it's going
everyone's
to go to
pointing
shit.
at it going, see, it's holding back the water.
Yes. And the last thing I'll throw this out there.
You
the
idiots. It's holding, you fucking morons. I'm like,
I get why all you people who just watch the stream might not care about like some random production guy behind the scenes or someone pushing a button on an observer thing. You just care about the game, right? Well, I'll tell you what you will care about in the future. You know that thing where they're all talking about the morale of the staff and the talent and people who you do, you know, the personalities you tune in for. Well, here's the angle you haven't thought about, right? You don't have to necessarily fire these people. Maybe next year they'll just get offered way, way lower rates. And so now their choice becomes, do I say yes? Because if they say yes, you'll still think you're just seeing them on LEC, but maybe they make half as much money. Maybe they make a third. Who knows what could happen then? There's the other angle you're not thinking about is that type of talent. The actual TO, tournament organizer, Riot in this case, actually can double dip. They can sort of like simultaneously take the cut, but still get all your work. So I'm even concerned about that element because people are looking out at the behind the scenes. I'm waiting to see, like, look, I've said it on the Side Select show. There are certain people, Shocks is an obvious one. I imagine they're pretty fucking high ticket people to hire. They've got to be AAA people in esports. Like, again, you either maybe offer them a lesser rate, or maybe you do consider bringing in other people, or you bring someone in 2 days a week, or what. You know what? This is the other thing I would look for in the future, because unless this gets fixed really soon, it's going to track and affect every aspect of the broadcast.
I'll also add as well, there are people. And again, because after I published my report, this is another reason why I knew it was solid, and I don't know why people were trying to contradict it. You know, people were reaching out to me going, oh shit, man, people must be talking to you. That's like bang on. And no. Well, I've been told a few things since. And there are, first of all, there are people that I believe are sort of in the process of like discussing, you know, in a monologue, like, am I going to throw my notice in? Am I going to leave? There's people who've gone on like sick leave. Medical sick leave due to stress. This is, you know, the situation was already a powder keg. You can't have a toxic work culture where everyone's like overworked, doing things out of the kindness of their heart, and not being properly compensated for it. They're just there for the love of the game, the love of the community, the love of their colleagues. And then you go, well, fuck your colleagues and everything else. And you're still going to give us that 11 out of 10 performance, yeah? Well, no, people are looking for the exits. And when that creeps in, you naturally, you don't care as much about your work and what you're doing. It's just a natural reaction. You now realize the company doesn't care about the things you care about. So why are you going to give it 100%? So they've planted seeds here, Riot, which on a long enough time scale, I am sure we are going to see maybe not a catastrophic breakdown like some fucking, you know, network level, someone has a meltdown on stage, or, you know, the whole broadcast just kaputs out. I'm not talking about that, but you are going to notice an appreciable lack of quality in LEC. You're going to notice that they're not doing those segments anymore. You're going to notice you never get your old replays back. It's just not going to happen. You're going to notice, in fact, there'll probably come a time where they just, sorry, the replay machine broke down. You can never see that team fight again. I've literally seen that happen in other events. Yes. When people are running one of them old replay machines. Yeah, totally. Just, you can never see that event again until the VOD is uploaded on Twitch and you can rewind it back. They just cannot bring you a replay. You will see that. That is something that's just an industry norm, which people wouldn't even know about because you don't know what a fucking replay machine is or does. So I'm telling you, like, there's no way that the LEC can maintain its standard with this skeleton crew. And just because Foxdrop hasn't talked for a while, I'll ask him, do you have, you know, concerns about where the broadcast might be headed now, knowing some of the people that have gone?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to to imagine a particularly bright future for the LEC, because for me, when I really look at what's gone on, it's not just as I'm sure some people in Riot NA have done. It's not just like names on a list and like what their job titles are. Like, I'll take the observers as an example. Like, yes, there were 3 main observers, and it's not like, you know, you cut off 2 of them and leave 1, and so you're going to be left with, let's say, 1/3 of the efficiency. It's like all of them. It's like if you look at the human body, get rid of the. Okay, it's fine. We'll get rid of the liver. This is one part, right? You still got your
Yes.
the rest of it. Your lungs are
Still got
there,
them
your heart's
kidneys,
still
you'll be
there.
fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
By the way, it's even a good analogy. It's like saying, "Oh, if I just chop off one of your limbs, you'll only go like a 25% slower, right?" It's like, well, no, I'll be going way slower then. I only have
Yeah.
3 limbs. Like, yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It doesn't scale. Yeah, you're right.
It's just like that, you know. And I just think I'm not too sure. And to be honest, I've worked a lot of like small scale broadcasts, like either regional broadcasts for League of Legends or different games or whatever, like smaller LAN events and stuff like that. And I look at like the war room or like, you know, like the broadcast room of like who's there, you know, when you have like an observer or 2 and the producer who's talking in your ear and like 1 or 2 engineers. And I'm just like, how is this any different now to what is being, you know, reported as what's in the LEC? You know, like it feels like they scale back to like ERL levels of
Right.
production, and which are obviously notoriously poor as well. And I'm just it really does make me wonder, like, so what's the end game here? Because surely Riot isn't going to be satisfied with that level of quality. You would imagine like they hold themselves to a higher standard. But if they are, and if that is what's going on, then it's like, for me, that really is just the end of an era, I suppose, as far as kind of like what esports means to Riot Games, I guess. Like, they've always been relatively extravagant when it comes to the you know, the bonanza of what esports is and all that malarkey. And I just think, so what's next? What's happening now? And I also don't see how it can work in the long term. I mean, you guys have also said this with the water coming through the dam and stuff, but like, not only, you know, is the writing on the wall in that sense, but like, what are they going to do about it? This is my question: is what's the next steps for them? Because I don't. German law is quite intense. I will say it though. Asterisk for all of this. I've heard that the severance packages for these people being let off was for industry standards very, very top tier, very good.
Enough.
So that's nice, at least. They're not being completely boned in that sense. They got like 6 months pay and loads of bonuses.
Yeah, which is another aspect. We'll talk about it later when I start dunking on some of the people who got fired and deserve to get fired when we move on from the LEC. But yeah, I will add.
I'm going to play it on the show. Richard will be mocking people who've been fired from their dream jobs.
I want to make it abundantly clear that I will be sticking the boot in to several rioters in approximately 15 minutes. But no, I will say this: some of the woe is me, what am I going to do? Like, you have got 6 months severance, homie. Like severance, homie. Like more like I've walked away from jobs and not had that. I've had 1 month to get my shit together. It's called being a fucking adult. You know what I mean? Listen, you can spend, you with 6 months severance, you can spend 2-3 months on the couch in your fucking jog pants, watching daytime TV, eating fucking cereal out of a giant bowl, smoking weed. You can do that and still be getting paid. So, I don't know, take that holiday for the mind that a severance pay actually represents, and you've still got 3 months to find another job. You know what I mean? So just chill the fuck out with the, how am I going to feed my kids? I think you'll be all right, honestly.
Also, first of all, if you want to feed your kids, the Saudis are right there. I'll give you the number if you want. So, and then secondly,
the Frankie Ward children feeding strategy.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then listen, don't use your children as a shield. But meanwhile, my lovely shield-like children.
And then the other thing is, I actually did also think a bigger issue here is The reason why you know this is so bad is because notice also where some of the cuts are. Like some of the cuts and things that they've like laid off within Riot are like massive projects they were working on for years. Like those aren't the things that you say, just shovel that. That's like, that was your like next money maker. Like these are like the thing with like the production thing's massive, the game. I'll give you another one. People think this is a minor issue, Monty. You know that whole thing of like, you couldn't have the core streamers at LEC because there wasn't extra people to come and help service them. That's been their whole pivot, guys. Their whole pivot was, we're going to make up the numbers by having core streamers. In this case, in the LEC, specifically nationalized ones who do German and French and Spanish. The whole point is that was actually part, by the way, of what they were bragging about. This specific split. This was the year that was all getting off the ground and you were going to make it huge. And now you've already essentially had to massively scale that back, and that might just be cancelled for now. Like that essentially, the premise here is like, this really is almost like when you have financial collapses and you have to like steal from the future to pay today. But in doing so, you give up your future. So it's not just like they have to stabilize. Like, I don't even know what the pivot here is, because it sounds like they've cancelled all these grand projects that were kind of like the next phase of whatever Riot was doing.
Yeah, well, look, the big one obviously was published on Bloomberg, which was the Riot Esports.
Cheap Esports then. Okay, right.
Yeah,
Bloomberg,
right, weirdly enough, no. I mean, obviously, in the future, Arspoil will be working for Bloomberg, so you know we can all appreciate his work then. But Cecilia D'Anastasio, who obviously has has impeccable sourcing on Riot.
She did the original sexism
she
at
did
Riot
the original,
one.
Yeah, exactly. She's publicly denigrated me. Because she was in that little cult of games journalists, but I think actually due to
narrow it down a bit more, will you?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but actually,
which,
now,
by the way, for those of you who don't know, she publicly denigrated Richard for shouting her out and her good work.
They shouted her out and said she should have been nominated for the award I won, and she said, "Keep my name out your goddamn mouth."
By the way, he actually did, or ironically, do the Will Smith years earlier, but when he was doing something nice, like
I know. This is what I mean. Well, but trust me, cults will never be satisfied with any of the outsiders. You have to be in or you're out. But anyway, like, listen, I think at some point she got cast out from that clique as well because of the type of work she does. She's a very good investigative journalist. And we're lucky to have her pay attention to esports. Honestly,
careful. She's gonna, if you say more nice things, she's just going to insult you again, Richard.
Oh yeah, true.
I know. Well,
keep my name out your motherfucker.
No, we're on kind of semi-speaking terms. Whenever she does a good story, I'll say like, that's a banger, well done. And I don't know if that's like maybe she thinks that's condescending in the back of her mind. I don't know, but I'm just trying to be nice. I'm a nice guy. But anyway, contrary to popular opinion. But anyway, she did a great one. She got a great get with the Riot Esports Network, which was obviously going to be called REN. And they've been developing this for 6 years. They wanted to build a streaming rival to Twitch, which of course is the wet dream of every games developer, isn't it? They all want, fuck Twitch. How dare they make money streaming our games? But God, we've got to keep letting them stream our games because we actually realize it's great advertising for our games. But only if we were Twitch, if only we built that proprietary technology. God damn, because games developers can never let anyone else have a W. We could have done that. Why didn't you then, dickhead? You know what I mean? It's like all the others, like all the games developers. Yeah, Steam, it's not fair. Why didn't you build it then, you silly cunt? It's fucking so puerile. But anyway, so Riot Esports Network was being developed for 6 years. We're going to stream all of their games on it, all of their ancillary content. Was going to have like a Netflix element, to it where you could watch VODs and all of that. They've been developing it ever since they fucked up the BAMTech deal, which was going to do all of this for them. Again, that was one of mine, not one of our spoils. They fucked up the BAMTech deal, and ever since then they've been developing their own stuff, because it's crazy to me to think about. You have all of this content, all of this lore, all of this shoulder content. You've got a production team that makes content, and you've never thought about having your own platform to broadcast it and to curate it. That is madness. So they have put 6 years of resources into developing this and cancelled. They've just cancelled it and pulled the plug. It's a disaster. But again, just before I tagged you guys in, I think this is indicative of the fact they're going to outsource their esports. They don't need a platform anymore.
I have an even better theory.
Go on, hit me with it.
All right, so let's give some background on this for people who don't know. And I'm just going to read the first. Now, I have known that this has been in development for a very long time. Like Richard said, 6 years or however long it was. I've been hearing about this for years and years and years and years and years at this point. The first time
By the way, as
Riot...
a quick aside before we start, Monty, I will just say I do appreciate that even in the name of their projects, they always copy MonteCristo. Because if you don't know, REN was the shortened version tag of Renegades. Just put that out there.
That's
Just
true.
throw that out there.
That's true.
Put that out there.
That's actually why they got rid of it. Shit. Kind of a W for Monty.
John Needham, the plastic executive at the, if you've seen him on video, you know when I say plastic, what that means. The plastic.
Mate, he looks like an actual character from fucking Thunderbirds. Like, hi, I'm here to tell you about the great future of Riot Games and how it's all everything's going up, and I'm on the great glass elevator with you. Like, fucking hell, mate. He's not real. He's not a real person. He's the same.
He may have been in too many Los Angeles clinics. Just going to put that out there.
Hey, listen, you can fucking share one of their business cards with me.
Here's the thing. Factually, he's not full of shit. He has colonic irrigation every week. So, not true. Actually, not true, Monty.
So John Needham, the president of esports at Riot Games, Mr. President, by the way, the person in charge of all of these layoffs, where he doesn't seem to know what anybody in his division does, as far as we can tell. He posted a blog. So this was less than a year ago. It was in April 2023, where it is titled, and it will link it below, Building the Future of Sport at Riot Games. Yes. April 19th, 2023.
Sport as well, not even just esports, sport.
Of course. Yeah, because they always just have to claim that they're bigger than they are. That's the Riot way. So
they should just literally have been called Reinventing the Wheel by Riot. Like, they're so ridiculous, aren't they?
So I'm gonna read the part of this that this is the first time they had publicly mentioned this platform, even though people in the industry had known that this was being built for a very long time. And I'm going to skip down. There's a bunch of stuff in this article, but why they are releasing this information at this time is because this is when last year was the start of esports winter at this time period, and the teams are freaking out. They are freaking out about their loss of revenue, about the drying up of venture capital, and they are petitioning the hell out of Riot to actually fucking do something. And so the result is they released this blog post. And one of these things, I'm going to read.
Which in many ways is how Riot does. Please do something. I will release a blog post. Don't say I never did anything for you. Go on.
So I'm going to read parts of this that have to deal with the platform.
Come on.
So
this is going to have aged so poorly. I can already tell. It's going to be amazing. Come on,
it really has.
So for those, also, I have to provide some additional context. On lolesports.com, if you are logged in with your League of Legends account, they do an embed of Twitch or YouTube. You kind of switch between them or other players. And if you watch on their website, they will give you drops, especially at like Worlds and stuff like that. So it incentivizes people, even though technically they are watching on Twitch, like on the Twitch player, on the YouTube player, they are on the website, okay? So that's how they have the statistics that they're going to present to you here. Event passes and drops are very popular with our players. As a result, for most major esports events, as much as 40% of our Western viewership is via Riot's Watch platform. We're now developing our Watch platform to go even further and evolve it into an advanced commerce platform that we can use to sell digital goods and services directly to our fans through our broadcasts. Ultimately, we want to combine this commerce capability with everything we know about our players to sell digital goods and services that are valuable to a viewer. Here's my sidebar. This is what teams want. They want a cut of the pie of digital goods sold because previously in this article, they mentioned that media rights have not developed like they had in traditional sports, which is the reason why they are saying this piece now. Imagine a pro player in a competition chooses a champion you play in League. Boom. We send you a prompt through the Watch platform to buy a skin you don't own for that champion. Another hypothetical example is when we see that one of our players watches every T1 match but hasn't purchased the T1 fan pack, which includes an in-game T1 emote, a T1 summoner icon, and the T1 fan pass, granting them access to a special chat channel with other T1 fans and the team directly. When this player logs in
directly, okay, keep going.
Yep.
Keep going.
When this player logs in for the next T1 match, we promote the T1 fan pack with details on how the revenue will be shared with the team. This way, esports fans will be able to support their team directly with their purchases. Digital esports content is some of Riot's best-selling game content. 3 out of the top 6 selling LoL skins of all time are esports themed. These are the world skins, in case you guys don't know. A significant percentage of these sales went back to teams and players. This is also true. Riot they do share the revenue from the world skins. In 2022, Valorant sold 42 million. Now they're mentioning Valorant because it's the future of sport, not just LoL. Sold 42 million of the VCT Champion skin pack and distributed half of that revenue to the teams who competed in the tournament. Dota 2 is the international. Now they're bringing up non-Riot games, so we'll just skip that. However, making in-game content is challenging with a game as big and global as League of Legends. With LoL Esports, Riot has struggled to make digital in-game esports content at a scale that moves the needle revenue-wise for all the teams in our ecosystem. This is the downside of having nearly 100 teams in our LoL Esports ecosystem and one of the most popular PC games globally. This is Riot being disingenuous, by the way. They could literally just do the teams that paid franchise fees, and they would cut that number in half. So, like, they say 100, but come on.
Essentially, Monty, they're acting like to make a skin for Cloud9, which would make everyone money, they have to make the worst CB LOL team have a skin as well.
Exactly.
Totally ridiculous
or like
premise.
The Turkish League, or, fuck it.
Exactly.
Who knows?
By the way, I do love the fact that from so many years of being conditioned to know that Riot are scumbags, I can't even hear like what's fairly neutral language without having bias. Like, even though what they're describing with the client there is actually in theory what you would want. Like, if you're a fan, you would want them to recommend like the new skin you might like. But the problem is when I hear that, I just hear it like, maybe you're a T1 fan, but you haven't yet bought the new skin. It's like, what's that, comrade? You haven't purchased the new Faker skin from Worlds? Like, even that's like a sinister aspect to it. It's like,
that's basically the meat and potatoes of what they were doing. So to recap, basically they were not going to, let's be clear, they were never going to make the Riot platform exclusive for esports viewing. They were never going to make it a pay on demand or subscription service that you had to be in there. My impression is that it was going to be embedded in LoL Esports, considering 40% of people watched there. And so they would use that 40% of viewership to drive digital goods sales because they would have access to your account. So if, for example, you're watching LEC and Caps is playing in a Kali skin, and it's like they can tell you play a Kali a lot, but you don't have this skin, they'll send a push notification for you. Maybe here's a sale for this skin. If you buy it within X number of time period of watching this game, perhaps the team gets a cut of that. It's a very good idea.
That is an excellent idea.
It's a great idea. And then also here's the fan pack, and here's some in-game stuff. And we can also have the teams, work with us to help create additional content. So like, is there a chat channel where, the teams can deploy team-based resources to have players potentially or personalities that are associated with the teams hop in there and chat with you, or they at least have an opportunity to develop their own fan cultures and in kind of private channels and everything like that. That could be really interesting. All of this sounds great. It all sounds great.
And it could have been an enormous moneymaker, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do people buy a lot of in-game emotes for teams? Like, I don't know the answer to that question. Now, with the teams, I can tell you want are skins. That's what they want, just straight up. So I know that they were maybe a little bit excited about this, but not like super excited. They're not like, oh, I get a G2 skin or, a fucking Gen G skin now or whatever, right? But this was the promise that Riot made to the teams. They said, you guys are right. We didn't do media rights. We're building this new thing. We are going to have it here for you, and we're going to try this new way of selling, digital media goods to help you guys out. Now that is completely fucking gone. And so I don't know what Riot is going to do now. There are ownership meetings for partnership teams next week. So it's going to be real interesting.
Okay. Where's that? Jonestown.
So I mean, there are ownership meetings coming up where I imagine that this is going to be a very hot topic of conversation about like, okay, you promised us this thing, you publicly stated you were doing this thing to support us for media rights, and then now what? What's the next plan? And to go on to your theory, Richard, I am beginning to wonder if what is actually going on and the reason why this was canceled is because here's my take on the best way to handle esports going forward. We've all complained a million times on this show. Fans don't pay anything, blah, 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 blah. But how do you set up a subscription service that actually entices people into a product that has value right now. And as far as I can tell, the best possible product would be a centralized esports platform where all of the major developers agree to put their esports content on it. So you actually pay a streaming service $10 a month, but you get the international, you get LoL Worlds, you get the CS majors, you get the, SI from Rainbow Six. You get absolutely everything. So we get Ubisoft, Valve, Riot, Activision Blizzard. We get all the big players on board. And what they do is that they sign an agreement where they divide revenue based off of watch time so that they are actually incentivized, and you get the teams on board too. So you're incentivized. The teams are incentivized to put premium documentary content on here. The publishers are incentivized. Oh, we're going to do, of course, the hot thing that everybody says right now is Drive to Survive, but for Counter-Strike, or Drive to Survive, but for League of Legends. High production value documentaries. And you make it, maybe you put Arcane on there instead of Netflix. You know what I mean? That would probably be a huge draw for a lot of people.
That would be a good idea.
You put fictional content. Why hasn't fucking Overwatch made an animated show yet? Blows my mind that has not happened.
I've seen some Overwatch animations.
I'm sure you have, Richard.
Logically, you'd have to have an 18+ rating to fit the law, Monty. Logically. And also, bizarrely, it can't be distributed in countries like Middle East and stuff.
Or Korea.
True.
All right. Anyway, jokes aside, but it would make a lot of sense for this thing to exist. Because they can't sell media rights, and this is a way, it's even better than media rights in many ways, because you can still potentially have advertisers or sponsorship partners as you do right now, but you're actually getting a high amount of dollar value per user. And some people are like, well, I wouldn't fucking watch esports if it was, paid. Motherfuckers, you have a Netflix account. You are definitely going to pay $10 a month or $5 a month for this streaming platform. Besides, they're going to start it cheap. Everybody, they're going to start it so cheap. They're going to start at $5, and then they're just going to start ratcheting it up and up and up and up. That's how it always
the thing,
goes.
though, Monty. While I agree, there should have been by now a fuck Twitch flicks for esports.
Mm-hmm.
The nominal notion that games developers would ever even acknowledge other people's games.
But Richard,
how do you get that over the line?
Who are our friends who are currently creating a massive multi-esport singular event in Riyadh?
The Saudis, maybe.
Yes, sure.
So, but what if the Saudi investment fund was able to pay for this entire project and then link it to guaranteed developer payments? So they set a minimum guarantee or a floor of payments to the developers, and then anything above that is just gravy for the developers on top of that.
I can tell you for sure that one of the problems that a lot of these games developers have is the sort of sheer hubris of being able to sort of process that other people might like other games, or indeed that their own games might be gateways to other games.
Sure.
And so
I hear you. I hear you about the problems.
I genuinely believe someone like Mark Merrill, given his past history particularly, would, let's say Valve come along for the ride. The idea that fuck Twitch flicks has the Dota International on there, and Dota content, and the Dota animated series, and it's just there adjacent to League of Legends content. Nah.
Well, I'm going to provide some counter arguments for you. So what if everybody signs on except Riot Games, and then all of a sudden they start monetizing esports considerably better, and people are paying for the subscription service? What happens, Richard, if it's purely a cost benefit analysis, and the Saudis come and they say, well, we will pay for all of the production costs of LEC and LCS, but you need to be on this platform. Now,
well, I'll tell you what happens. I'll tell you exactly what happens. The same thing that happens every time there's a fucking fragile alliance in this business. And I'm not just talking about esports here. I am talking about the wider games industry. Here's what happens. They start asking for the numbers. And it's probably in the deal that, you know, whoever's running this, the Saudis, whoever in this fictitious scenario, they have to give them the numbers. We're all partners, right? The rising tide raises all ships. And then Riot Games start looking at the numbers and they go, holy shit, League of Legends is crushing every other fucking sport here. So what I reckon what we do is, once the contract runs out, we just build our own proprietary technology and they're back to making REN again, because now you've got a totally free proof of concept run and you put it all across. How do I know that this would happen? It's already
possible.
happened. If you, you know,
That's...
think about what Disney did, Netflix, you know, they have them brilliant shows on there, like everybody fucking loved Punisher and everybody loved Daredevil. Now you can't have that anymore. We're building our own. That's coming to Disney.
I'm not talking about what's going to happen in 10 years. I'm talking about what might happen in 3 years. You could absolutely be right that this is the end result of that, right? I'm not saying I know anything about this happening, because I do not, but I can see that there's a world, because look at what is happening. Activision Blizzard has punted CDL and Overwatch over to EFG right now. EFG owns the majority of the Counter-Strike circuit. They will produce Dota events moving forward.
Yeah.
If they also operate the League of Legends or Valorant or circuits or both, it makes the most sense for them to have a platform that unifies all of this content. And literally, they are the only people with enough money that they can throw fuck you money at this product, at all of these companies, all of these other companies. They're the only people with enough money to actually convince the devs to sign on to something like this.
Here's the question, Monty. Essentially, I can resolve the conflict between you and Richard by asking you this question. Do you actually think that Riot will ever give up control if they have to? Like, to me, Monty, the analogy is obvious. It's Solomon and the woman who had the baby and said that the other woman had stolen it. And the premise goes, if you remember, the way Solomon solves this problem is he shrewdly, because he understands human nature, says, right, well, since there's a dispute, it's only hearsay as to, you know, it's your word against hers as to whose child it is. We will chop the child in half and you can each have half. And then what it reveals is the woman who goes, yes, fine, do it, obviously wasn't the real mother, whereas the one who goes, no, just let her have it then, shows that she was the real. Essentially, in this analogy, Monty, I think Riot would actually just choose to kill the child outright and no one have it, rather than have to ever share or give it up. Like that. Listen, maybe we're being cynical, but you don't get that sense from them, because to me, I think, look, it wouldn't. Now they're in a position where they negatively could lose loads of money. To me, the thing before that they did was they just had a million chances to make infinite money and said no by doing exactly this: refuse to ever cede control, don't ever let other people do things they're better than you are, don't actually like acknowledge you're not good in certain areas and level up. So to me, I'm just a bit cynical that, like, sadly, I've always wanted to believe when the backs was against the wall they might fix up, but it doesn't feel like they will.
Look, I think it's just math, man. Like if the Savvy Gaming, which is the parent company of EFG that is owned by the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, if they are willing to pay the entire cost of LoL Esports in the West plus MSI and Worlds, and maybe China and Korea too, I don't know. Like I don't see a world
We're
where,
talking
like,
hundreds of millions of dollars here, right? Massive amount.
Yes. If they are willing to front this, then I think all bets are off, because if you have checks and balances from Riot's side of quality control over the broadcast, and you maintain that tight grip, but you just let somebody else paying for it, it's still the same marketing tool, but it now costs you no dollars or significantly reduced dollars. And also, it lifts the burden of you having to deal with all of these teams that are constantly upset with you because of all of the problems with the ecosystem, because those teams are just suckling at the Saudi teat at that point in time, taking that same money. You know, this is their new path to sustainability, is that they are just getting paid money to be part of this operated circuit and then to participate in the Esports World Cup and other events.
It is hilarious how every path to sustainability is always some super wealthy sugar daddy with dirty money,
of course,
underwriting the industry forever, because they'll never leave. They'll never get bored.
Because
just quickly,
the joke is the Orwellian term sustainability never means sustainability. It means temporary anti-sustainability and just a big pile of money, basically. Always does, Richard. You're right.
But just quickly, and then we can move on from the topic, because I haven't dunked on any rioters yet, and I'm feeling like I'm getting anxious, right? Okay. You know, the problem is when you talk about a normal company right? Monty, you're 100% right. I'd just go, yeah, great point, Monty, and we move on. Riot Games are a cult that made a video game.
True.
People will never get this into their head. I'm watching all these people who got laid off going, but how can they do this to me? Because you didn't have enough fucking body thetans, you fucking moron. That's why they're doing it to you. 12 years don't mean shit. You didn't ascend, you didn't go clear. So now you're fucking fired. Welcome to the reality of being in a cult. There's only one thing Riot hates more than a non-rioter, and it's an ex-rioter. So you are cast out into the abyss now. But I will just say, I know from knowing about other tech companies that are all like cults, or these startups, like Reddit, for example. Reddit was the most popular forum in the world. It was like a top 10 traffic website. But they hemorrhaged cash and fucked themselves and turned the website into a shadow of itself so much that they can't even get a good redesign, right? And they're having to take handout after handout and having mysterious meetings with feds and government people, right? Like, you know, and going, oh, we're totally not doing anything with your data, don't worry, right? Why? Because they valued their TOS like it was a stone tablet. And so they were telling people, no, actually, if you link to our website, you are destroying our natural ecosystem. Yeah, but I'm generating you a ton of traffic as well, right? And traffic turns into ad rev, and you might create a sustainable business if everyone... No. Because we've built a natural ecosystem here, and conversations must be allowed to happen without outside influence. Isn't Hillary Clinton astroturfing you with Correct the Record and admitting they're doing it in plain sight? Not that kind of... Right, so, okay. So they totally drove themselves into a hole, and guess what? They've gone back on that now. Executives have left. You know, the money's not coming in. There's no more raises. There's no more handouts. And they go, please link to our website. If you're a games developer, please set up a subreddit. We'll even give you admins and moderators to do it. They are trying everything now. Well, fuck you. Because again, when you were on top, your cult-like behavior fucking broke your brain and made you act counter to the interests of your business. That is Riot Games. How many times have they set themselves back because they value control over profit? They value perception over reality. Why is it we're talking about mass layoffs? Because the business had become a bloated, unsustainable mess. Yet none of the people that hired the people that got laid off and turned it into a bloated, unsustainable mess have lost their jobs.
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
Think about any massive tech company. It's always someone at the top has to go. You're right, they never do here. There's never anyone
I have never seen, with maybe the exception of Bobby Kotick, so congrats, Mark. This is the company you're in, one of the most despised men in all media. I don't think I've ever seen a CEO at a company ride scandal after scandal after scandal and never once even think about falling on their sword. And even when Tencent fully take over and go, yeah, we do need a new CEO, he still kept on in some weird ambassadorial job for life role because they have a freaky little clique called the D20 at the company, which is all C-suite management, who can just stick their fucking fingers into any project they want and piss on your hard work or cancel it or just call you a cunt or whatever, fart in your face. They just get to do what they want all the time, right? Why is it even with Tencent ownership that is still being allowed? How has Mark Merrill not been fired for having a record payout for sexual discrimination, right? In a games industry company, for presiding over all of these other, like, even just the little fucking scandals. I mean, by the way, this is a guy who, like, it could have even been, it was laughed off. This is a guy who broke his own TOS. It got discovered. Then he paid money to a charity in a gesture, and then he sat on the board of the charity that he gave money to.
The charity is also a weird ass cult, by the way. It's a weird ass cult
people
charity.
Wear red t-shirts and go out into the wilderness to perform good acts to make the world a better place. And if you go on the internet, there's tons of like threads going, I went to City Year, and it's really like a cult.
Yep.
Yeah, you're on the board of that charity.
I love it.
That's a little on the
Love it.
nose. Yeah. When I got there to do voluntary work, they told me I need to stop smoking and drinking immediately. I thought this was strange. Like, go look it up. It's fucking mental. So anyway, the point being, Monty, that the Dark Lord does not share power, and you can believe that everyone else is going to play Saruman to Mark Merrill's Sauron, where they will get corrupted through the Palantir. And in that timeline, I'm afraid Sauron does win, right? So no, it will not happen. It simply will not happen because they're incapable of sharing anything. For me, your theory aside, the clear path here is they're just going to get the Saudis to underwrite their esports, and they're going to outsource. That's what everything points to for me.
See, working at Riot gives a whole new sort of light to that quote from The Matrix where Morpheus goes, "You think that's air you're breathing?"
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, please, Foxdrop, jump in because I know I'm getting worried. It's hard to get a word in on this show. I do understand that, so I apologize. But I don't know if you have any thoughts about what we're talking about.
No, well, this is more your area than mine, right? You brought me on to talk about LEC stuff, and you got no.
Right, what about this then? Look, it's up to you. I'll keep it open-ended. You decide what you want to answer in this question. But like when Richard's talking and characterizing, for example, sort of, let's say, like the behavior or the nature of working with Riot, doing deals with Riot, being part of a Riot project, what would you say to that? Because in your position, I'm sure a lot of people, I've brought it up on Side Select before, but like, I'm sure a lot of people wonder, like, why is Foxdrop not on LEC anymore? Like, you used to be one of those people, like a Trouble Inc. or a Frankie or a Machine who came in for a week or two every now and then. You actually sort of, it looked like you were in the pack where maybe there was a chance to move up and be opponent, but like, you don't have to go into specifics, but how would you like characterize the nature of like trying to get into a Riot project or work in a Riot? Like, what are they like to deal with? Are they tricky? Is there kind of a tactic that you figure out over time? What would you say?
I think it's mega clicky at Riot for sure. I've been to the Riot NA studios as well because I have like a weird history of Riot because I started as a creator, then got into esports. So I actually got invited to the LA campus as a creator. This was before I even got into esports, and then I started casting their game. And I will say, like, being on the campus, fantastic facilities, but it was just, it was peculiar. It was so peculiar. And at the time, like, they have a whole LAN cafe there as well. They have like chefs and stuff, and like just have boiled eggs sitting in the fridge. I thought it was fantastic, by the way. Just, fancy boiled egg. Yeah, sure. Just nip over to the kitchen to get a boiled egg.
Face it. He'd love working face it with unlimited eggs. I know.
It's fantastic stuff.
The meme. Holy shit. I know.
They had like basketball courts and stuff. It was like, it was like, is this like a place of work?
It sounds dope though, yeah.
The
only thing is, so look, again, you decide what you say, but did people have sort of a slightly strange demeanor though? Like, hello, well, double plus good, welcome to the Riot. Was there sort of like a sheen to it where you were like, what's going on? Was there something a little bit off, is what I'm asking,
No, but I'll tell you a funny story. So the bloke that was in charge of kind of, I guess, the guy who invited me to the LA campus, at one point got fired from his job. I'm not sure what it was. Just wasn't. It's quite difficult. Well, at the time, it was quite difficult to get let go by Riot because, again, if you're describing cult-like behavior, it's like they recruit a very specific type of person.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you didn't fit in a certain role, they'd put you in a different role type thing. And this is just one for the shits and gigs, I suppose. He was let go, and then maybe a year or two later, he hit me. I was like, "Oh, you're based in England, right? You're near London, aren't you?" I was like, "Good to see you too. How's it going?" And he was like, "Yeah, no, I've started I've started like a meditation group. We've got like a studio in London."
Okay.
I was like, "Oh, okay,
go on."
And he was like, "Yeah, because I feel, I'm going down this path, and I feel like you can really just like unlock the spiritual side of yourself through group orgasmic meditation."
Oh
and I was
my
like,
fucking
"What?"
days!
I was like, "Okay, what is like? Surely this is like a hyperbolic adjective."
Okay.
So like having the Maltesers and a pack of heroes is the
When you
orgasm.
say orgasmic, you mean that metaphorically, though. Come on me a lot.
And it was
What the fuck?
literally, he was like, "Yeah, so if you're interested, it's like literally, it's just a group of people that go and get each other off in a room, and that's the meditation." I was like, "That's."
And then he goes, the best part is now I don't even have to pretend to code that bloody video game as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, where did he get that idea from? You have to ask me.
Exactly.
And we've got a ton of boiled eggs just over there.
You might not want to use the mayo with the eggs, though. Just leave that to the side.
Mayo? What? No, we didn't put any mayo on. I know exactly.
Oh,
But
my
you know
God.
what? Thanks for the offer. I will pass. But
Okay.
my goodness, was I not surprised that it was like, Silicon Valley type LA. It was just it was so on brand. It was so on brand. I was like, yeah.
Just the idea, like he's presented it like it's just some like gathering. You're close to London, aren't you? And it's like, but anyway, to cut a long story short, can I plough your ass? I know, what a mad self.
It's meditation plowing, and it's meditation plowing.
Exactly. This is this is the spiritual what I'm doing right now. I know it's ridiculous.
Chanting while he's doing it.
It was, yeah. Big ups to him. Wonder what he's doing nowadays.
Stop. I've got an idea.
When I said I wanted stories about the time you almost got fucked by Riot, I didn't mean it literally. Obviously,
I've got my wires crossed a little bit here.
Okay, fair enough.
To talk more about the LEC, I think it was bring it slightly on track here. It was it's super clicky. It is super clicky, and I think if I had a redo, I would certainly do things differently because I was just very honest with everything. Like,
There's
with
your first
myself.
mistake, because I tell you what, mate, believe it or not, the number one thing I've heard gets people in trouble. It isn't the idea it's troublemakers like me or Monty who have like seditious ideas of our own. No. It's actually, believe it or not, when people just like stupidly, someone asks them something like, so what did you think of the show? And then you foolishly think something like, yeah, it was great, but you know what? I thought we could just improve that one thing there. And then that person just like hates you forever. And it's like, you've like... Lucky, I've heard of that happening so many times, especially, by the way, actually, we're really chill people who aren't like kind of assholes. They're just trying to genuinely give you feedback. Yeah.
Straight up. Like that is something, I would just never take anything face value. I was
right.
When I was there, I was hyped up by the important people. It's like, we were like so sick. This is brilliant. Like we're going to bring you back. This is great. And whatever. But yeah, I think it was blowing steam up my ass, to be honest. Which is fair, and I think I was naive on it.
Which is what the other guy was going to do, ironically.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, just put steam up there, to be fair, at least, I know.
But yeah,
go fight me on that one.
It was so honestly, like I blame myself a lot, honestly, for what the deteriorating relationship between myself and Riot, because I think I was naive on a lot of things. So I have a history of, it sounds quite morbid, but like I had a lot of mental health and anxiety issues, specifically when it came to travel when I was first getting into the LEC stuff and EURCS as it was at the time. And I said this to the person I was coordinating my trips to and that was organizing a lot of it, and they were very like accepting, and I think it almost felt like they were chomping at the bit, like this isn't because we're really inclusive here at Riot, we're really we really care about these kind of things. And part of me does feel like deep down they believed that, but maybe, I don't know. Either way, I was probably on there for still like half a dozen shows, I would say, maybe even just one split. I think I did half a dozen shows, but I was out there quite a lot, which is not bad for someone that really wasn't good at traveling. And yeah, but I remember they were so like friendly, I guess, about when I opened up about mental health stuff, because I'd come from working with ESL, right? When ESL was just ESL, like the studio in Leicester and
And is
whatever.
ESL more like, if he dies, he dies. The
dies.
content's not
Yeah,
him. Like,
they were some of the best people I ever
oh,
worked.
okay,
My
fair
best
enough.
my
Okay,
best
fair
memories
enough.
in esports were with these guys, right? And they were very helpful with my mental health
Okay.
stuff, and they were just like a second family to me. It was
The,
honestly
the Leicester studio was great, actually. It's a big loss. I did some
Yeah.
gigs down there and hung out with all those guys.
They were such good eggs, honestly. It was fantastic, but I think I was spoiled, honestly, from then moving on to Riot. And yeah, I remember talking about mental health stuff and just being like, I just let you know things can be a bit difficult for me. So if I'm a little bit off, I was never off on broadcast, but just behind the scenes, if I'm a little bit off, that's why. And they were so like, oh no, that's so cool. Like I resonate so much with that. I know people, and then they opened up they went into quite some personal things that I won't repeat because it wasn't even necessarily about them. It was like they were telling stories about other people. And how they also had really bad struggles with it. And I was like, damn, that's, I mean, I appreciate that. That's maybe not a story. Oh, well, it wasn't their story to tell. So I did feel a bit weird hearing it, but whatever, it's fine. I appreciated the sentiment, right? That they were opening up and sharing with me. And they even said that they were like, yeah, and if one time you just can't make it, you just, whatever, it just isn't happening. It's fine, man.
I can already see where this is going. I'm so sad. Go on, hit me with it. Go on.
We'll get you on next week. So there was one time where I'm sitting in the airport and panic attack hits and whatever, and I'm like, fuck it. This just isn't it for me. Not today. And I did battle out of it. And since then I haven't been back. I'll just end the story short at that. And apparently they were not happy with it. They were very upset about it.
Well, the best part is internally, by the way, despite what you saw from your perspective, I can totally see how it's like, oh, they're really like forgiving and gone. No, internally that will have just been like, oh yeah, and then he wouldn't even come when he said he would. So unreliable, black mark, don't bother inviting him again. I get the vibe, right?
I think that's what happened. And it was just the problem was, and this is like, and this is why I say I put the fault on myself, because I was naive enough to believe like that. That is quite a bad thing to do, right? The day before you meant to go out for a show, you're like, no, I'm not. And
sure.
Cover you,
of course.
Cover you. I know it's a bad thing, like just objectively speaking. But I felt like I was given a pass, and then
they led you to that. They led you to that assumption.
And it was. Since then, it's just been like trying to get blood out of a stone, even talking to Riot. So I was scheduled or booked, like, paper plans to go on the next split. This was like a spring split, I think it was, when this happened. Oh, no, sorry. It was a summer split where this happened. And then I was still meant to be on for spring, the following split. I didn't hear anything. I heard nothing over the off season. I was like, listen, I really would like to just tell me something, bro. Just let me know what's going on, what's happening, how's my future look for, maybe having a job or not having a job. This would be nice to know. If it's a no, then that's cool. But I would like to know whether it's a no. And I didn't hear anything from August to January. I was hitting them up trying to find out, just completely ghosted. And I found out because I looked one day on Twitter, they announced the talent for
always the best way to find out you haven't been hired.
And I was like, doesn't include me. So I was like, oh, cool. So I guess I'm not going to be on LEC for this split. There was just a lot of weird things about that looking back, I think are just a bit strange. And I do have a few sour grapes about it all. I'm not going to lie.
Horse?
Yeah. Like I remember one time I was taken to a side room and told, look, just so you know, I have warned the guys that you might be popular on Reddit when you come on. Just so you know, like, don't worry, it's a conversation I've had with them. I was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't understand. Like, why did you need to have that conversation with the other talent?
I'm just trying to even imagine, like you said, I'm trying to imagine a guy coming in. Can I get everyone's attention, please? Before he arrives, I just need everyone to know that Foxdrop is popular on Reddit. So
yeah, and I was I was really confused.
What the fuck is that?
I was just like,
people never believe me when I said they literally have people at that company whose job is to just stare at the front page of that subreddit.
Yep.
No one ever believed me, but that's what they do. Yeah.
It was very odd. It was such a weird thing to be told. I was just like, I mean, I took it at face value and I was like, okay, I guess maybe I don't want to step on people's toes. Maybe
Okay.
that's what we're getting at here. But no, essentially, the crew just apparently they had a high stock in Reddit opinion, and they really wanted to be popular with Reddit. And the fact that I already was, because I'd come from eMasters, where basically Reddit was raving about me, and so that's what got me onto ELCS in the first place. And that the others had to be warned. Like, I don't, and it just didn't really make a lot of sense. And then when I'd done like, I think there was 8 weeks of regular season, and I'd been in 4 of them, so every other week I was out there. And then I had really good feedback from all the crew, and really good feedback from the boss, I guess my bosses at LEC, and like public opinion and stuff was all really good. And again, I get taken into the famed cider room, and I'm told, you know what, Foxdrop, like, you've done really well, but when it comes to players, we're just not looking for an entertainer. And again, I was like, what? I was like,
It's not trying to be like an entertainer on this podcast. Like,
the last thing we want is anyone being entertained while they watch our stream. Can you just dial down that charisma and that entertainment value?
These fucking side rooms sound like death, mate. When they start taking you in, it's like, oh, fucking, all right, okay.
I was
brilliant.
Exactly. Could you just follow into this room? I was like,
Right, okay.
What's up now?
Fuck's sake. Yeah, I just want to show you my new group that I've set up. We all meditate. You'll love it.
Yeah. I would have preferred it, honestly.
It was fucking fair enough.
I remember, to be honest, but again, at the time, I'm like, oh, I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's.
Well, what you're hitting, by the way, is a very common thing I've heard from people who've worked, even specific on this broadcast. The thing that kills you, I notice, in this story is what tortures everyone, mate, which is you never get any closure. No one ever to your face will ever tell you even something as simple as we won't be using you anymore. Even that, like, basic level of like politeness, like common decency. Just say, no, look, even if it's as simple as, we just decided on someone else. Like, they'll never do. They always keep you on the end of on the fishing line, right? Even if they make you feel like it's gone really far out, they want you to believe at any time they could reel you back in, right?
It's super frustrating because when I was and again, like when I was there, I was I believed I wasn't good enough because I wasn't analytical enough, and I think that's what they were trying to get at by saying I wasn't. I was an entertainer. Was I didn't have like the game knowledge that some of the other people have, which is fair enough. I hold my hands up. I don't, but that's just not what I was there to do. I wasn't there to be, and I know very well. I have been told by quite a few people, like, people wanted to impress when they were like that was their goal.
Right.
That was to impress people listening to the broadcast so that they thought that this person knew what they were talking about. Like that was their goal. And to a certain extent, when you're working with personal brands or casts, that's fair enough. That's the angle you're going for. And I didn't fit that mold. But then I look at Worlds from like the next year, and I see how many goofy and stupid things people are doing, whatever. Like,
people think of the timing. Basically, the era after you was when they started almost skits and stuff,
literally.
Right?
And then LEC starts doing the skits, like like the public.
Should be perfect for you, by the way. Yeah.
Was so negative when I joined. They like there was like a year or two period when it went from ELCS to LEC where the public opinion for that broadcast was super negative.
Yes.
They just did not appreciate or enjoy the broadcast at all. And then I come along, who, not to toot my own horn, but my focus being on more charisma and having a character, actually, and not just talking about the game and just whatever, and actually having fun on the broadcast.
Listen, guys, obviously, I told him this is a very somber show, so don't bring any of that charisma on this episode. But I promise, normally it's really funny and entertaining. That,
and I, the ironic thing being that all of the feedback I got from the public was, I love.
I bet it was brilliant. Of course,
he really knows what he's talking about.
There you go. Yeah,
it's like, no, I don't. I know I'm talking out my arse like all the time. But this is the point. Is like, this is what casting's all about, as a front facing figure, and I'm sure you guys can appreciate this as well. What you're actually good at and what you actually bring is completely overshadowed by what people want to believe.
Oh, sure.
You bring.
Yes.
100%.
Public and what just their opinions are of you.
I've literally asked the highest level professional players back when I was hired as an analyst. I used to ask them, do you agree with this opinion, or do you have an observation that I can maybe bring up when I'm on the desk? I would say those things, but because Richard Lewis doesn't even play the game and doesn't know what he's talking about, the points that were coming from like the world's best in-game leaders, that if they were sat in the chair saying it, everyone would fawn over and go, wow, that's why you bring him on the show. When I said the same words, I was wrong. That's the average esports fan, brother. They are fucking plebs at the end of the day. They are plebs. I hate them.
And here we are on an esports broadcast.
Yeah. Hey, listen, fans of me are generally not fans of esports. I have become the ultimate niche character in esports. the people who are fans of my work all hate esports now. We are lapsed esports fans, is what my community is, and it's fucking great. I've never been happier.
Brilliant. It's just, I don't want to rant too much on about ADC. I know it's derailing what you guys came here to talk about.
No. Listen,
I think it was good characterization.
No, it's
though.
providing good context.
Valuable context is what it is for what we're going to talk about.
Especially, by the way, because people can tell, I get the sense, like, you're obviously not being fake. Like, you actually don't, like, by the way, you don't despise Riot the way we do. So I actually think yours is actually an interesting perspective to bring in that sense. Because, like you say, if things are going differently, you would like to be in the ecosystem and work on their project.
To be part of it. But I do have my grievances with how things went down. And especially when I look at the broadcast and I see people trying to, I don't want to say emulate what I was doing, because I don't think they'd literally try, I want to be like Foxdrop, but like doing things that I was very good at and honestly, obviously not as good as I am at doing it, because it's just a natural thing. You're either good at being, you either have charisma or you don't. It's just like, I don't know. And for this past, I tried to reach out to LEC this past off season, and I made some kind of tweet, and like it got a lot of interactions, and even people from the LEC interacted with it and stuff. And I didn't hear anything from the LEC people. I didn't even reach out at all. And when I reached out to them, I didn't get a reply either. So I'm like, something's happening, and it is what it is. But I just love League of Legends in games. I just want to chat shit about them again. Like I just don't
imagine that not being enough. This is what I mean about this company. And like, obviously Monty ain't talked for a while, so this is definitely his wheelhouse of a topic. But this is what I want to segue into now. Like, for all of the fucking pity party that's going on, I have noticed that everyone who's been laid off is indispensable, super talented. They're, like, some of you must have been shit at your jobs, right? Some of the layoffs must have actually just been dickheads who all they did was swan around the campus in a red t-shirt. There must have been at least one in there, right? Has to be. But they absolutely, like, they are like no other company, and they are fucking arseholes the entire time they work, and they treat everyone who doesn't work directly for the company, even if you contribute positively to the ecosystem, like utter shit. And I've got a million anecdotes, and I will tell some on this show, and I will tell some I've never told before. So I am not crying. There is no pity party at Richard Lewis's house for the fucking rioters, because they shit on everyone the minute that company became a major player in the industry, and they were fucking enabled to do that by all the weaklings and cowards and people who just wanted to be part of the big show, like the ESLs and all these other people. Like, if you wonder how you get monsters in a business as pathetic as esports, it's that. This is why you get these male executives that feel comfortable being gross about women, or then lashing out when they reject their advances. More on that later. Right, this is how you get that. The companies are like, shit, they can take away their IP. We can't have that. And if I don't have a league broadcast, I can't sell my ads, and then I don't make money, and then maybe my company has to make layoffs. And so even the most mediocre of these people, mid-level managers, they get treated like they're celebrities. They come into this is every games development company. They go to the events of the people they've hired to run their esports events. They walk in a room and they go, I don't like that. I had it with Psyonix as well. Psyonix chewed up a guy who had directed a Super Bowl when I was at WSOE. He directed the motherfucking Super Bowl, our production, and they chewed him up for not telling someone who had their shirt tucked in. They were wearing it like the style to have it tucked like out. They chewed up a guy directed a Super Bowl for not getting in that talent's ear and telling him to tuck his shirt in because they thought it looked better. These people are fucking deranged across the board, and Riot are the most deranged.
I mean,
Go, Monty,
obviously,
jump in. I know you're going to say this. Yeah,
Look,
I
would
one
say,
of the biggest victims of this.
Yeah, I would say that I think on the LEC side, it was mostly just kind of arbitrary, or they were trying to eliminate certain titles without necessarily getting rid of people. I think on the LCS side, because it was closer to the people making the laying off decisions, they definitely got rid of some bozos on the NA side. Not even LCS side. Let's just say on the Riot Esports side in North America, I was not entirely sad to see the full contingent of people that were let go, because there were some definite bozos in that lot. And I will say that, your article where you were not mourning the loss of these jobs, Richard, did make me chuckle.
I did go a bit hard in the paint on that one. I read it on stream last night, just in case some people had missed it. I read it from start to finish, and everyone was like, damn! Like, he was listening. But even Duncan, by the way, messaged me and said that was a bit strong. Like, but I just realized how much I fucking despise these people.
But there is a lot of truth to that, and it is hard. Yeah. It was hard for me working with Riot when I was working with OGN, and, because it is such a cult, they would do things like have me work the entire world championship and then make the after party for Riot employees only. So I wouldn't even get to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
can't have you in that room, Monty. Can't
exactly.
have you in that room. What might you see? What might you say? What might you tell other people? Yeah.
It was very fucking weird. I've never been part of any other event in the many other esports I've casted where that was the case, where they would actively exclude people and treat you as a lesser citizen because you were a freelancer or you worked for a different company and were, working this event perhaps. And you just,
I also just sorry to, I will pile on this with you as well, Monty. I've heard people who organize the Riot events, rioters themselves who organize Riot events for these after parties, not be allowed to attend the parties that they organize themselves because they're the wrong rioters. So yeah,
they're not full-time. Also, by the way, I'll
just throw this out there, Riot. Even though they just mean shit esports parties, you aren't making it sound great. That this sounds like you're just not getting invited to the Eyes Wide Shut fucking party, doesn't it? Like, it does sound a little bit too on the. And it's like if you keep asking, that thing where the guy goes to the gate with that letter, like, stop your inquiries immediately, you will be dealt with. Like, yeah, exactly. What the fuck is it? What, mate? You worked the whole event. You can't just be at the after party having a drink.
Yeah, no, it would literally be like. World's finals ends. Everyone you work with goes to a party and you're just told you're not invited. It's fucking weird. And this is what Riot's identity as a company is, that they are super cultish. They are super insular. And you're just on the outside looking in, and they treat you like shit a lot of the time. First off, if you dare to make any criticism, you just get instantly blacklisted, basically. Maybe they'll continue to deign to work with you if you were popular enough like I was, or I was in some ways indispensable because I had a stranglehold on the best scene in League of Legends because I was hired by an outside company to do it. So if they didn't use me, they just didn't have access to Korean League of Legends that was winning all their tournaments at the time. So I had leverage, but as you can see, guys, they invented a bunch of reasons to eventually get rid of me. And I was very threatening to them for several reasons. One of which was I was the most popular caster, period. So that's threatening. Then, and I was not under their control. I was very critical. And my show, Summoning Insight,
used to criticize the game or like the balance in your casts, which I've never seen anyone else in League of Legends do in any other region.
Yeah, and OGN loved that, by the way. I had a great relationship with OGN. And so, I would also be very critical of Riot on shows, and those shows were crushing the viewership of their fully produced. Like, if you guys remember Primetime League, Summoning Insight with me and Thorin was doing like quadruple their viewership on a budget of $0, and they were spending all this money writing that show, producing that show, everything like that, like probably 50, 60 grand an episode. And we were just dunking all over them. So I was already a very big threat. And then I managed to own an LCS team. And that was just the end of it. Because like at that point in time, I had actually become a partner in their direct ecosystem. You know, I was sort of over in Korea before and like on the internet, but all of a sudden now I was also a team owner, and they really didn't like that because I already had a lot of leverage. And then what I started to do, which maybe was naive and foolish of me, was at the LCS, I started to rally the other team owners to pressure Riot to make changes. And then they really didn't like that. Because they had successfully divided and conquered the other owners in the past. And all of a sudden, they started receiving documents that had all the LCS team signatures on them. And they started to shit themselves. And so they were very, very upset with all of these things. And then they found a bunch of bullshit reasons that I've proven is bullshit. Go watch my YouTube video on the Riot's Renegade investigation that I didn't do, couldn't possibly have done logically. And things that had happened that were bad, I had no knowledge of, and people within the team were defending me that I had no knowledge of. So it was complete bullshit. And, you know, it all stemmed from the fact that I was mildly critical, but their fan base liked me, which rubbed them really the wrong way because I was very much liked for the criticism that I was given, which made them feel bad. And to the point of your article, Richard, a lot of these people were incredibly self-righteous. And because what Riot does is it creates a cult, what they do, and it's very important to note, to talk about how Riot does this. So they actually have a brainwashing program upon entrance called denubification. That is their official name for it. They literally have full-time employees who run the denubification program, and it is to initiate you basically into Riot culture. And then what happens within Riot is that their campus that Foxdrop so beautifully described has all the amenities you could ever want in Los Angeles. They give you the free food, all the free stuff. They organize the social clubs. You know, they have various different internal groups for your personal identity. Whether, you know, we've talked about the Rainbow Rioters that have come up recently with Richard wrote that article about the leaks about the Rainbow Rioters, who's the LGBTQ plus group that,
Why working with Saudi is good for us gays.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell, it's like trees for deforestation as a movement. It's mental.
They create all these internal groups. And because all of these amenities are on campus, effectively you never leave campus when you're there. They give you free food. They even give you free lunch in their cafeteria. By the way, Blizzard does the same. They don't give you free lunch, but they give you cheap lunch at Blizzard cafeteria. Blizzard does the same shit. They run workout programs. They run career development courses. They run tabletop gaming nights. And soon what happens when you're part of these companies is that there isn't an outside world anymore. The people who are your friends work for the company. And right after you get off work, you're going to go play D&D with them in the same office. You never leave the office. There's a catered dinner sometimes, right? They have the parties that you go to. And your work and every aspect of your life, your dating life, ends up being inside the company. And so because you never leave, it is inconceivable. Like, you get so invested in the beliefs of this company, and because you love every single aspect of it so much, you react very viscerally when people criticize it, and you can't see what's going on. And why people are devastated by getting laid off for Riot. It's like, come on, there's a million game devs out there, just like fucking find another job. It's not that hard. And especially because Riot is now a difficult company to get into. There is a cachet that comes from having worked with Riot. Like, you can find other work. You know, other people who have started their own independent game studios who come from Riot. Anyway, it's not the point. The point is these people are devastated because their entire world gets ripped out from under them, because their social structure, their social network, the people they're dating, everything about their life has been done within the confines of Riot. And when that is taken away, the sense of loss is, it's not just a job. It's like, what the fuck am I going to do with everything about myself?
So
and by the way, this is the exact same tactic that cults use to keep you in the cult.
No, but this is what I was going to say. So when I was like, right, so I actually, they might even be behind me on that shelf. I got a bunch of books written by like eminent, psychologists and stuff about like, cults and what they do. Right, and then because I was gonna write a book called The Cult of Riotology, right? But good luck pitching that one out there in the fucking to a publisher. I've done it. We don't want that smoke actually legally. So fucking why can't you just write the history of esports like a normal fucking esports person, Richard? So anyway, so here's how it works, right? Your first step is you identify a susceptible recruit, and you do this by inserting someone into their lives who gets to ask them questions. Riot do this via their insane interview process, which you will have 5 or 6 interviews where they ask you abstract questions. Like quite famously, I've said one question in one of these interviews was, if you were a brick in a wall, which brick would you be and why? Questions that have no specific correct answers and don't talk to competence. The Riot interview doesn't care about competence.
No.
It cares about
culture
fit.
Yes.
Exactly.
Famously.
So step 2, once you've identified the susceptible cult member, you basically recruit them in. You say, come into the cult. Then step 3, and this is utterly crucial, there's a process in cults called love bombing, a love bomb. It's where everyone in the cult meets you, greets you, welcomes you. You can't believe you've never been here before. They act as a support network. They overly praise your work. They tell you you're great. It's like you can't believe you're here. It's like you just feel like, oh my God, like I'm so loved, I'm so valued. Meanwhile, the next stage is always constantly be selling the benefits of being in the cult. Always. And then step 5, you change the identity of this person. You give them a new name. You break down who they were before. Obviously, in gaming spaces, we do that, but you will see they've always got the Riot in their name all of a sudden when they're public facing, right? Or in their Reddit accounts or on their social media. Then comes the breakdown of the mind, the tough love. There's always tough love in a cult. Why you were bad and broken before, and how we can heal you and make you whole if you just listen and obey. And then the next step, stage 7, guess what? Renounce your loved ones. They can't help you anymore. They've actually made you this broken, wretched creature that we're benevolently turning into the finished product of excellence. Then step 8, all of the core beliefs you used to hold are removed, and now the real reason for the cult's existence, the secret truths of the universe are bestowed upon you, right? And again, think about Scientology and elevating through levels. That's how they do it. You learn more about the cult, the more money you pay, the longer you're there, the more pliable your personality is. And then step 9, you must never tolerate criticism about the cult. It is the only way to consistently show that you are loyal, right? And any criticism of the cult would bring the whole facade down if you listen to it. So you must proactively stamp it out. And you do that with step 10. You are fully only associated within the cult. You live on the cult grounds. You only talk to other cultists. You have become an island to yourself within the cult. That is the 10 stages of what cults do to people, and why it's hard to pull people out, and why they have to be deprogrammed. Now, the people listening to this, does that sound at all fucking familiar? Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like your experience, ex-rioter? So of course they don't fucking care about you when they cast you aside.
Yeah, and by the way, Richard, and for people who think that this is hyperbolic, like I really want to assure you that it is not. I have worked with a lot of companies. Riot is the single strangest company I have ever encountered on this front. And it is very unlike any, if you guys say it's like, oh, it's like any tech company. It's not. It's not like other developers. I've worked with other developers. Like Blizzard's kind of like this, but people at Blizzard, you can have adult conversations where people disagree with each other and offer criticism without going on some sort of, secret shit list. I've had very productive conversations at Activision Blizzard. At Riot, that was never the case. It was either you're in or you're out. There is a way of doing things. There is a secret society that decides all of these things, that doesn't share them with you from the outside, that is unwilling to even explain their reasoning to other people. That was never, ever, ever, ever my experience working with Blizzard. And I also, to this point, I have had tons of rioters come to me after they have left and said, you were right, it was a cult. I have now been
So sick of hearing
deprogrammed.
that, mate.
I cannot believe I didn't see this earlier. This has happened a ton of times to me. And it doesn't happen as much with any other company. Sometimes it happens with some other places, but Riot is the main one. And the other thing, Richard, when you hire for culture fit over competency, it's the same thing with cults. Cults don't always get the most competent individuals. What they do is they go out and they grab people who are at vulnerable stages of their life, who are looking for something to be a part of and to latch onto. Sometimes very smart people fall into this if they've had, a personal tragedy recently or in a place of vulnerability. This is how you get into these situations.
Young people out in the wide world for the first time, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, just want an industry job.
And I'm not saying that Riot targets people who have had personal tragedies, but what I am saying is that their process of interviewing, they're not going to ask those questions about what's gone on in these people's lives. But the people who are going to be most likely in those interviews to really push the facts that they want to be part of something, that they want to fit into Riot culture, that they are going to give the answers that the interviewers want to hear about being Riot-like, are potentially those very same people who are vulnerable to cults in the first place, right? They want to please the interviewer. Whereas let's pretend you're a senior software engineer. You could work at any number of companies. You've got your own family, you've got your own life, you've got your own friends. Are you just going to sit there and like simp for Riot and interview? Of course you're not. Of course you're not. You have options. So what this does is oftentimes it brings in a bunch of weirdos who don't have a lot of other options, who are deemed culture fits because they are easily manipulated from people at the top of the structure to do what they want.
Yeah. Duncan?
By the way, what I was going to jump in on here is this. First of all, this is actually what you're talking about, the thing where when they're within Riot, they stupidly identify. Look, in Riot's case, they're quite explicitly encouraging this, but they identify with decisions and things that Riot are doing that aren't within their purview, aren't on their payroll. It's not what they're doing, but they identify as though you're attacking them. Right? That's just a problem in esports in general, by the way, because I've always thought in Counter-Strike, you'll have had this happen, Richard, when you're not at an event and then you sit at home and there's all problems, might be tech delays, might be they fucked up the production, might have done some outrageous stupid thing. Basically, when you then criticize the event, you'll notice people who are your friends and colleagues who are talent, if they're working the event, you can tell it puts it up their back, mate. They get the standard end. What do you mean?
We're working really hard here, actually.
And they go out of their way, like you say, to make it sound like they're all part of this big group effort and you're criticizing them, because what they've done is over-identified that because they're, look, understandably, they want the event to go awesome. They want it to be great. They want it to be everything because they're working on it. It's what they're doing right now. Well, that's just fucking freelancers working the event. You can imagine when you're within this fucking system we're talking about of Riot, where the joke is to even get hired, you have to basically be co-signed by 1 billion people. By the way, put a little pin in this. What does it imply if later on there's an enormous pervasive sexist culture, if to even get hired you have to be co-signed by almost everyone in the company and have a vibe check? What does that imply? What would you reverse engineer? Anyway, like I say, pull the pin out of that one. Don't worry about it. But to go back, the point is, obviously at Riot, this is only going to be even further exacerbated. But this is also where the cult dynamic makes it worse for them, because not only are they identifying what Riot do, which is why, by the way, 99% of these dickheads we're about to roast are people me and Richard never spoke against, probably never even addressed or replied to, but these are people who did the usual thing of defend Riot by attacking us or say something stupid about us or imply we're corrupt or a scumbag or not a journalist or the million other things that you can do, right? And the problem I have with that topic is, when they do get kicked out, this is why, Richard, it doesn't really feel like giving them any fucking mercy. The joke is, they are the people who've not only joined in, but sometimes led the witch hunts and the fucking mob behavior and said all the stupid shit, oftentimes completely unnecessarily. Not even when, the joke is they are doing, get down, Mr. President shit, but they're the janitor. It's why are you jumping in front of the bullet? You don't even get the danger money. So the worst thing to me is this: when they leave, one of the reasons why they do that really annoying born-again personality of, now I see see the light and it was all wrong, is because there's two factors here. One is when you leave, the other aspect of a cult is not only can't you leave because of how hard it is, but you also can't leave because now all your friends inside have to turn against you.
Yes,
and when they
exactly.
do that, you'll have seen this in every political movement. People might know one of the reasons why there is no left and right in political discourse is the joke is when people get cancelled, they just go to the side that isn't cancelled and set up shop there and just start the new grift. And the joke is by the end, it's like, but wait a minute, you don't really believe these things. You just can't be in the old gang, isn't it? So it's like, yeah, but you've got to get a new circle of friends, haven't you? So they go and do it. That's basically what happens. So the problem, to bring it back, Richard, because obviously I'm teeing you up for this, is when these people then come out like, oh, I see what you guys mean now. I secretly liked you all along. It's like, you don't, you twat. That's just what you have to say now to have a new reality and not be completely exiled. And let's be real, if you hadn't have been kicked out of that weirdo party, you'd be the one handing out the pitchforks to let me get fucking cancelled next week, wouldn't you?
And it's even better, just as a detail before you guys jump in, is that there's a scare tactic that Riot uses, because after you are fired or let go, you cannot come on the Riot campus for 12 months, for a full year. So that means that all of those game nights, all those people, all those times you spent hanging out at the Riot campus, you can't even be invited as a guest anymore. And of course, they're going to spin this as like, oh, well, we don't want people who are maybe salty that they got laid off. But this is actually terrifying for people because Riot knows that they host all of these social events constantly. And all of a sudden, if you can't go to D&D night at Riot's campus with your friends anymore, your friends are just going to be like, well, sorry, mate. Like, that's it. And then your whole social life goes away. It's psycho. And that I think that probably freaks people out, that they're just not going to have access to all of these social activities.
Think about how mental it is and how everyone just normalized this, and they used Reddit and they also, by the way, talking about recruiting people who've got problems and issues in their lives, obviously just co-opted a bunch of fucking mentally ill Reddit moderators to fucking censor any and all. They're still doing it, by the way. They deny to this day that they delete my name and banning people for it. They deny it. They say that never happened. They just did it on the Reddit thread for that Arse Boyles article where someone said Richard Lewis reported all of this first. Gone. It's gone. Go see those. That's what those deleted comments say. But yeah, obviously, perfect recruitment. But what does it say? That to even go on their campus, I have to have a security check. Then I have to sign an NDA that lasts 3 years. What? Just to have a look around and see the fucking boiled eggs? Are you serious? And again, they just framed that like, well, we're always working on projects and we've got proprietary technology and, someone might look around the corner and see something we really don't want leaked. Dude, Valve don't do that. You don't have to sign a 3-year NDA to go to Valve's offices. In fact, famously, Valve just invite people when they're making, they've done it every time they made a new version of Counter-Strike. They say, oh, do you want to come out to the offices and just test it for us and share some thoughts? Or they come to you at an event and they show you something. Never signed an NDA. So it isn't normal. All the signs have been there that this was like I said, they've always been a cancer in the industry, a massive throbbing red tumor that nobody ever wanted to cut out, because if you poke the tumor, it shits money. And we've allowed some of the worst abuses in the esports space to happen right under our nose because you don't like the messengers who are telling you that there is something wrong. That's what it all boils down to. The average esports fan has always said to me, Richard, you're biased against Riot. No, do you know what I'm biased against? I'm biased against cults that mistreat people. I'm biased against human misery factories. I am biased against sexists. I'm biased against racists. I'm biased against homophobes. By the way, I know some stories that would make people's eyes spin like a fucking fruit machine. I am talking about fake HR investigations to find out who's sleeping with who and all of this stuff, right? This is just the reality that's been there for such a fucking long time. And when people have tried to pull the alarm, everyone's going, hand off the money alarm. No. And then Cecilia does it and everyone goes, wow, so stunning and brave. And what did they all fucking say? They all said the same thing. They did it with Activision Blizzard as well. They all said the same thing. And it was this. I'm glad that's finally out. Known about that for ages. Not one of you saw it, knew about it, and decided I'll go to one of those unpopular journalists who've actually got the spine to tell this story. And again, let's tell some of these stories right here, and why I'm just sat there watching all these rioters go out.
By the way, Richard, you nailed
Yeah.
it as well. I had a similar line on Something Insight last year after all the Danny shit, where I just said, when anyone says that line to me now, like, but you're just obviously biased against Riot. Why the fuck aren't you? Is my question. What do they actually? By the way, the joke with the Saudi angle is we're like one step away of the fucking Kevin Costner thing now, right? Would they actually have to just kill people? Would you have to just see them pull up a gun and kill someone before you'd go, that might be over the line for me? Because every other line they've crossed, as far as I can tell, like, I don't know what we're waiting for for you guys to start getting biased against them. The pattern's there, isn't it? Come on.
I'll start here. Everyone listening, everyone who watches this on YouTube, do yourself a favor. Find one of these self-pitying rioters. And again, I'm not talking about all of them. I talked to some very fine people who have just been caught up in circumstance, and they are competent, but they're going to get another job, and I think they're going to be okay, right? So I'm not talking about everyone, but this applies to a particular type of rioter, right? So go and look at their accounts where they're going, boo-hoo, I can't believe it happened to me. Like that Riot Tizer, JT Vandenbree, right? 11 years at the company, and now immediately giving them smoke on social media about how terrible it is. Why can't I come back to the campus? Because you don't work there anymore, dickhead. I didn't want to go back to the fucking call center I left. What the fuck are you doing? Why? But again, it's like Monty said, this was a normal company. Your entire life wouldn't be fucking folded in it. You wouldn't think twice about going back to a former workplace, but you guys do. So do yourself an exercise, right? All the fans, all the people listening, do an advanced Twitter search. Just type advanced Twitter search into Google, and then type in, I don't know, some keywords, like type in fired, or type in goodbye, type in Felicia, right? Type in Carlos. Look how many of them not only gloated when people lost their jobs, but also actively pushed for that to happen. Also, look at how many of them type things like defund the police. The police are people. They don't have families to feed. Look at all the stupid nonsense that they peddle. Go look into their political beliefs. The economy's never been better. All the people who say Trump's going to build a better economy, that's why I'm voting Biden. If the economy's great, you're going to be fine then, dickhead. You'll walk into another job. Look at the rank hypocrisy all of them exhibit, because they are all cardboard cutout cunts, a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, because you have to be to fit into the cult. So now some stories that everyone's just turned a fucking blind eye to down the years, some you will know, some you won't. What does it say about a company that I'm meant to feel sorry for when I know there are people being fired right now that know this is true? Right, that a woman who used to be hired by the company, an executive said to this woman, can I have a back rub? And then when she laughed that off, they made a joke about maybe getting something a little bit extra, right? And then when that was rebuffed, all of a sudden, that executive was shouting at them for the way they dress and telling them to dial it down and remember your audience and all this stuff. Do I have to fucking dress you myself? They would scream. This is way back in the early days of Riot. So, and then went around actively telling everybody that that person was an emotional basket case and don't hire them, and they really let the shows down, right? That went on, and I know my colleagues know this. I know people who know this for a fact, that for rejecting sexual advances, they try to destroy this person's career. And everybody went along with it, because this is the other dark little aspect of it. It's not the executives that always concoct the gossip to ruin the careers of people they don't like. They're in the club now. They're in the cult now. They're at the big show. As I said, they go to the events and people roll out a red carpet for a middle-tier manager with no real influence or power because they're just worried about offending rioters. So what ends up happening is they start... They cozy up to you. They ask you questions. Hey, Richard, you know, what do you think about this? And then they feed it back. They go to broadcast talent. Hey, want to come out? Want to have a drink? They're like James O'Keefe. They ply you with drinks, and then when you're vulnerable and you give your own opinions, they feed it up the chain of command. And then you're wondering why I don't get hired. And as Foxdrop said, you don't even get told why you don't get hired anymore. You just know you're not. And you message them, and they don't even give you a courtesy email. Your entire life is just in the fucking palm of their hand, and they will squash you for the mildest of things. Things they've done to me personally include, I was due to work a StarCraft event. Many people know this. At IEM San Jose, I had recently had an issue with Riot over a publishing of a story they did not like. A story where when I asked them for comment, they scooped me themselves rather than play ball with a journalist. So they told ESL, who were running an Activision Blizzard event, if I was in the building, if I was hired to work that event, they would pull their entire League of Legends sponsorship. So and they wouldn't be allowed to do IEMs anymore. So ESL agreed, because the stakes were so high, and paid me to not work an Activision Blizzard event. Everyone goes along with it because it's Riot Games. So they've done that. I won't even get into the mechanism through which, via Reddit, they have just censored me. I also won't get into how there are two people that were very cozy with those Reddit moderators that were back-channeling private information and monitoring my social media and giving it to them, and they were factoring it into this big intelligence discussion about what must be done about Richard Lewis. Right? Now, here's some other little fucking gems. They have actually actively blacklisted so many journalists down the years. I'm not just talking about the ones you've heard of. I'm talking about ones you probably haven't heard of, right? For literal criticism of their games. Meanwhile, they have also given jobs to people in the games industry who mysteriously have just fucking given their games good reviews. So
I'll give you the famous example. IGN is obviously one of the biggest sites online for reviews, especially 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And famously, a woman wrote for IGN, gave League of Legends a 9.2 out of 10 rating. And then mysteriously, I think like a year later or something, was just working for LOL Esports.
By the way, that was a re-review of the game. They actually gave it a very poor...
Yes.
They gave it a very poor additional rating, and then they re-reviewed it, gave it a high rating, and And by the way, Richard, I mean,
which had the whole vibe, by the way, of like, oh, I work for the government overseeing this like financial area here. We have to remove some safeguards and allow some healthy economic growth next year. What's that? I now work for Goldman Sachs. Brilliant. Glad I put in those removal things. It's one of those ones where it's like, mate, you're not even fucking hiding it. You're making it on the nose.
I mean, here's a fun one from that. It's not something that happened to me. It's something that happened to my wife, which is that she was working for Twitch, and Jacob Wolf came out with a report that the Rocks Tigers were breaking up at the end of 2016 Worlds. Remember, this was a Worlds that I wasn't at because I had gotten into the fight with Riot, and I was not invited to Worlds in 2016, and nor would I have done it because I was doing like Overwatch World Cup and shit like that. But anyway, I wasn't there. My wife was not there, and yet they thought, without any evidence, that my wife was the source for Jacob Wolf for this story because she was close to the Rocks Tigers team. She was not the source. She disagreed with Jacob Wolf's article, and they went to Twitch. They went to her employer and tried to get her fired. Because this is how they behave when they are part of Riot and they have this kind of power, is they try and leverage their shitty power to get other people to do things and to ruin other people's careers, regardless of whether there is evidence. They tried to do it to me. Luckily, I'm the cockroach you can't kill, so I'm still around. But, you know, a lot of other people didn't survive this being done to them. Like, what you're not hearing, guys, is all of the stories of people who had this done to them unjustly and without evidence and without them even doing anything. But because these people were rioters, even if they were low-level ones, they could basically just bark up the chain and then get it into somebody's head. And then the cult just moves into action to defend itself.
I mean, what they did to people's careers at Twitch, and again, remember, this is why I can't shed any tears, because they actively destroyed people's careers just for kudos, right? Like just to get some faint praise from fucking Reddit. By the way, hilariously age bad. Do you remember them light smites? Total data protection violation, although probably in the TOS you've signed something away. He used to just come out and people would be like, I got banned and I did nothing. And then Riot Light, with the third most important person at the company, he's got the time, has it, you come and post your chat logs on Reddit and say, this is why I banned you. And no one has any issues with this. Everyone, yes, slay. Let me remind people about what they did to a streamer called Nicole Slaw, right? Nicole Slaw was a streamer that used to play League of Legends, and then one evening, because she had a cat that was like part of the stream called Minu, she put it on her lap, and Minu just had a freak out and was like clawing at her. So she like held it down. that blew up on the front page of Reddit because they will never miss an opportunity to destroy a woman's life. I do notice, you fucking incels, right? That blew up on the front page of Reddit and the moderators allowed it again, and it was framed as, why is this League of Legends streamer strangling her cat? Go look up these threads and then look at the video footage. It is the most uncharitable representation I have ever seen of something you can see with your own eyes, right? She definitely did not strangle a cat. She held it down. You make an argument that she handled it roughly. She didn't mistreat it. She didn't strangle it. She didn't hurt it. Within minutes, there was a rioter in that thread saying, I am going to speak to people at Twitch and pull some strings. And pull some strings they did. They went to that company. And again, with all their leverage and all their power, she was banned for a fucking year. For a year. Which is hilarious, considering now Twitch will literally let you gape your own arsehole on stream in a non-age-gated broadcast. And you get 3 days. Right? So her career in the fucking toilet because a rioter wanted a fucking attaboy. Right? I hope you're one of the cunts that got fired. As I said about Dunk when he got fired, I hope you're on the fucking streets and you're having to live off handouts, right? And your kids are looking at you going, why are you less of a man and can't provide for us? And they fucking hate you. I hope that's your reality. Because you would do that to other people at the drop of a hat because you wear a red fucking t-shirt. Let's also talk about just how they stymied and stifled Tyler One's career. You might not like him. You might hate him. Whatever. But they literally have said publicly, and I know privately, because I talk to everyone at all levels in the industry, they wanted Twitch to de-index Tyler One. So when you clicked on the League of Legends thing, he wasn't like there. He didn't show up, no matter how many people were viewing. Quote, we cannot have Tyler One be the face of League of Legends. And then hilariously, after Sanjuro, another rioter who's now fired, enjoy the breadline, motherfucker, right, said, I hope he gets testicular cancer from all the imaginary steroids he's popping. Right, in public, right? After that, they sort of said, we look like the baddies here. Let's extend an olive branch. This company is fucking sick. They are sick. They have done terrible things with impunity to people for decades. And as I said, it's not just the executives doing these things. It is the middle managers. It is the rank and file. Just another thing as well. This will blow your mind. Can you imagine what has to be going through your mind to create a fucking visual web of who is sleeping with who in esports? Can you imagine sitting down and drawing up that project and then making hires based on who you think might
as
be
if it was like one of those boards in the movies where they get the mafia and they have all the Rico connection or whatever. They have that for people sleeping with each other. Fucking hell.
I mean, there was also, quite tragically, that suicide at Riot.
Oh, yes.
No one even talks about that anymore. But as I said, even right now, they're doing the same shit in Valorant. They're having a clean out of like legendary broadcast talent based on, oh, they're too popular, they're too big for the boots, let's break that group apart. They are literally throwing a bag of money into a ring and making the fucking outside broadcast talent they hire in Valorant fight each other for it while they write down notes about who showed the most loyalty to Riot, who was willing to go far enough, who was willing to do disgusting, reprehensible things to their colleagues just to get this job. Who wants it more? These people are fucking evil, man. Like, I could go another 5 hours. I won't. It makes me sick to my stomach what this company has done to so many of my friends, so many of my colleagues, even total strangers that I've watched from afar have these awful things done to, and said about. And it's the tip of the iceberg. You thought you cleaned them all out with that $100 million lawsuit? Not even fucking close, guys. Not even close. And by the way, what does it say now? Right? Oh, they've totally changed. Guys, look, they've set up a coding for women group and paid $100 million. They fought tooth and nail to not pay a penny. They hired a union-busting law firm to basically harass and intimidate the complainants, and then settled after they offered 10 million, then settled for 100. And then on top of this, they're now doing these layoffs. And what are we learning about with the LEC and other parts of the company? People are doing multiple jobs. Their bonuses are being wielded like a cudgel when they live in the most expensive city in the world and every fucking penny counts. Right? And that's what they're doing to that's what they're doing to the people who get to stay. And everyone's telling me they've changed. No, guys. No. If you stand with this company, it's going to bite you eventually. Your conscience will get to you eventually. This company is rotten to the core. It is the worst company I've ever seen across the entirety of video games. And Activision Blizzard have really gone some to fucking beat it. They really tried. Cortegear at Activision Blizzard.
I've been inside both companies, guys, and I agree with Richard. I've seen both sides.
Just to put a pin in it, to all my freelancers, I know you like the games. I know you want to be part of the show. I know you just want to turn up and talk about something you're passionate about. Getting into bed with Riot is getting into bed with the devil. They do not respect you, and there is a very heavy price to pay at the end of the transactional experience. And you will agree with this. And they're doing it, as I said, they're still doing it. They're doing it right now. They're doing it to talent right now. Right now. I mean, I don't even want to talk about the quick shot thing. How are you going to cast him off like he's nothing? He doesn't get a second chance. No one want to fight for him.
What about Dash?
No one? What about Dash? Exactly. I mean, bro, like, don't. I'm fucking agitated. I'm getting indigestion.
I mean, think about Dash, dude.
Me.
There was not even an event with Dash. It was just, he's gone forever.
He knew his value, which proved the programming wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he went. Like, seriously, I wish we could have all collectively, like, got these things out there sooner. Because now, unfortunately, the average esports fan, they don't care. They don't care. They're not even Zoomers. I'm not even going to put it on a generation of apathy because I'm fucking Gen X, so we're the most apathetic doomer generation of all time. Right? But I'm not going to put it on you. The problem is they just don't care. That it's not important to them. They want their weekly fireworks display, the shooty bang bang, or the big ult, tons of damage. They just want that. And they don't care how that sausage gets made. They just want the slop served up to them. And any ethical stance or educating yourself about Riot's history or all the periphery stuff, it doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter that someone they profess to love and be a fan of might be secretly being worked unbelievably hard behind the scenes. Might be, as Foxdrop said, having panic attacks, and then somehow, that's your bad, is it? That's your bad, a mental health crisis that we pretended that we really totally care about. But now you're never being hired again. You're too unreliable. Who knows what else you might do? Oh, he talked to Rich's Wrath. He talked to Thorin. Why you wouldn't care about that as a fan is beyond me. But it just shows what we've got in esports. It's the fundamental problem. It starts with the fan base, all the problems. They do not care. You cannot make them care. So what are we all doing here? What even is the point of being an advocate for these people going through this shit? So no, as I said, all those rioters that have participated in that, knew about it, remained silent about it. You deserve to be on the breadline. That is before we even get to. I guarantee you all whooped and hollered as Carlos lost everything. A little bit of context about Carlos's life, right? Obviously, he'd gone through a really bad breakup. I'd even go so far as to say he was vulnerable, and that's why he was leading into the manosphere stuff. And then suddenly he's having his pictures taken with Andrew Tate. Spoiler, I bet Andrew Tate doesn't even know who Carlos is. He's saying some crazy shit out there now, and it breaks my heart to see him go to the dark side like that. But I know there is light in the man, and he will come back to the light one day. He will regret this period. This reeks to me of him having a crisis of his own. What did you all do? You took everything away from him over an errant video. You took it all.
I'd even say they did it with relish, dude. They sort of like loved
completely.
that they were destroying his life. It wasn't even treated as like here's the thing. At least if you were treating it as a punishment, you do it like a good parent back in the day, which is even if they had to like discipline you, they'd make it clear they didn't want to, that they knew this just had to be done. This was like if someone was loving that they were beating you and just relishing it, like, it's brilliant, isn't it? The way I just get to destroy your whole life and everything you built means nothing. Like, what do you expect's going to happen at that point in time? Yeah, I agree with you.
So, enough with the pity party. Enough with the maudlin bullshit. You know, it's incredible how you will give yourself a pass for working at that company for as long as many of you did. And I'll also just add, and we can now segue out to a much more lighter topic, I'll also add, I don't have sympathy either for people that took jobs in a clear boom time in the industry due to a global fucking pandemic. Remember how we were all told, if you go outside, you're killing grandma, if you don't wear a mask and fucking give fights, bodily autonomy over you, you are human scum and you don't deserve to be able to work in the industry. And none of us can even say to the contrary. I don't think it's a good thing, actually, that the state gets to mandate what type of medical procedure. You know, I remember the fucking AIDS crisis and some of the outrageous things the British and American government did to people who were suffering from a disease through no fault of their own. You know, remember, it was only in Obama era people with HIV were allowed to enter America. So no, I don't like the government knowing about my medical shit, and I don't like the government mandate. If you said that, you were scum, right? So these people, they were one of the lucky few, right? Who, for them, the pandemic was a good thing. Oh, wow, they're hiring thousands of people. And you went and you took that job, and you took it as a contractor in many cases. Did you really think it was going to last forever? How naive can you be? At some point, you have to say, you know, you're an adult. If you make bad choices, then bad things eventually happen in your future. So a lot of them as well were incredibly lucky when a lot of us were incredibly not lucky. And we were on our knees financially. And they got the swanky job and got to move to LA. Now, yes, the managers that overhired in that time should have been fired. They've mismanaged resources. They fucked it up. But you going, that was inevitable. It was never going to last. But nobody goes in, nobody joins the cult thinking they'll ever get culled, that they'll only be there for a year. So listen, across the board, just a lack of fucks for the crying rioter.
What do you think, Monty? You actually haven't really given your take on the idea of, like, because obviously the joke is, Monty, like, some of these people really are, like, you're seeing the bodies of your enemies that fucked with you float down the river now. Like, some of these are the people internally who fuck with you or publicly have castigated you. I mean, the joke is, if people don't know, one of the things I actually think, this is an example actually of where I also agree, Richard. I don't ever let these motherfuckers gaslight me for 1 second ever. Because you know what? Every now and then, sometimes I would even think like, oh, what? So Monty's getting in trouble again. Because if you don't know, it's not even things Monty said or done. One of his cardinal sins is he associates with me. Therefore, everything I've done and said suddenly. So I feel like when they do that,
They
like,
love guilt by association, don't they?
You can start to think like, oh,
Never to them.
I hate when the people are doing that, but then you realise that isn't reasonable at all. That's a total, like, think about that. Here's a little lens I'll give you out there. People who have self-reflection and the ability to actually like be somewhat fucking look at the bigger picture. If you hate someone, but you can't produce valid, true reasons why you hate them, maybe reflect that you have an irrational hatred of that. But ironically, think about that, an irrational fear or hatred of something. That could almost be a sort of a phobia or something, isn't it? But the joke is, this is a real one, you fucking cretins. Because what I don't get is this, I've always said this, is if you want to see the difference between my work and the people I attack, it goes like this. They tried to destroy my career using lies, so I used the truth to destroy their career. If you can't see the distinction there, I think it's a pretty big one. Then you won't get actually the point of this whole episode, basically. Because I wonder what you think about that, Monty. Like, in this particular scenario, I'm sure most of these people haven't done anything super egregious. It's not more minor shit and just being part of the riot zeitgeist, as it were. But what do you think of this whole thing where, like, now a lot of them do want sympathy, or like, oh, now some of them even are implying, like, well, right, it has gone too far now. Like, now in 2024, you know?
I think my reaction mostly was that why couldn't they fire the bad ones? I think that was my.
Oh, mate, every time I think about that, every time they don't ever fire the original people, I just think, mate, I used to joke that they knew where the bodies were buried. They must literally know where the bodies are buried at this point in time.
Behind the boiled eggs next to the basketball.
There you go. There you go. The joke is that basketball court, if it ever starts to smell or anything, guys, I'm just saying, leave the company before they come with the crowbars and start, they're going to find a whole fucking, you can imagine under there. Exactly.
I mean, I was hoping
the whole Play Versus crew under there.
I think, like, my biggest disappointment was that they didn't go high enough on the chain to really like fix the problems or hold the people, because at the end of the day, if they're getting rid of so many of these people from the broadcasts who have been there for 10 years, then there must be an inherent problem with the way things were done. But nobody at the top is being held responsible for that, for decisions that were clearly made 8 years ago when some of these people were. Now, I don't agree with some of these people who are laid off. Let's be clear. Like, I don't think these cost-saving measures are good for the product in the long term. And I think it's a very short-sighted way to deal with things. But if you are saying that, why did we pay these people for 8 years? Those are decisions made by people who have been up the chain for a long time. So it's time to start investigating those people. Like, what I don't understand is John Needham is a relatively recent hire. And there is how come he can't figure out who the good and bad people are who have been there forever? Because there's some shit people there, like actual goblins, like within the Riot, like higher upper levels. And like, can't he figure out that some of these people may have been there just a little bit too long and maybe not the most qualified or made a lot of bad decisions in the past? Because it's pretty easy to kind of like go back in Riot's history at this point in esports and to see like, hey, this is a weird decision that we made. Who made that decision, right? You know what I mean? So
I would imply maybe it's even sort of John Needham's job not to see those people like that. I think his whole thing is just like some fucking Westworld, like, doesn't look like anything to me, and then he moves on to the next thing.
Let me tell you a mad detail about John Needham. I was actually in a bar, I think when he'd just been announced as the new guy, and he waved me over. He said, "Richard." I was like, yeah. He went, John Needham. Obviously, I didn't know him. I was like, fucking hell, he's got smooth skin, and he was just
naturally smooth.
He was just glistening. Fucking hell, mate. So I went. So anyway,
he just come off the assembly line. Him and his other
yeah. He literally sat down. And we had a drink with each other, and he was going, now that I'm in, we want to have a fresh, we want to have a fresh view of things. We can totally reset the relationship between you and Riot Games. And I was like, well, listen, that's super nice and magnanimous of you to say, but obviously I'm never going to carry water for the regime. Like, I hope you all know that's never on the table. That, we can be as friendly and cordial as you like, but if you fuck up, I'm there. And he's going, oh yeah, totally. We wouldn't ask you to do anything to compromise your journalistic integrity or any of that stuff. And it was a very nice, polite conversation. We shared a drink. I said, anyway, you've got some celebrating to do, go and have a great time. And never heard from him again. Never heard from him again. They did give me early access to Valorant, which I suspect was just a way to get that fucking Chinese malware on my machine. But
I even do think about that sometimes, Rich, because if you don't know, bizarrely, when Valorant was going out as a beta, right, all you need to know, Monty, is they actually back-channeled to offer me and Richard access to the beta, which, if you know how that Vanguard works, is basically just like, would you please install this rootkit on your PC so I can just actually see all the stuff you're writing instead of hearing about it when it comes out? It's like, actually, you know what? Not bothered with that one. By the way, I will just say as well, I will never get over how fucking insane it is that you actually are owned by communist China and you would call your fucking anti-cheat software Vanguard. It's like, these people, and the company's called Riot, like, it's so, the whole thing's just so bonkers, the aesthetic. It's why when people do that thing, by the way, that is so stupid, where they go, last free nation, what's that, some sort of bloody militia? You work in a Riot Games ecosystem where the revolutionary Vanguard software keeps out the wrong you fucking clowns. Your entire ecosystem is full of the most egregious things. And by the way, the same people who were going, that sounds a bit off, last free nation. Oh, let me just work with the literal nation of Saudi Arabia who are killing people. Like, you guys you're arguing over optics while you literally are stood next to the guy putting the bullet in the kid's head, you fucking moron. So good one as usual. Good one.
So anyway, Fox, you've been sat there looking crestfallen for 25. It's over for you now, of course.
There we go.
You've listened to Richard Lewis go on one of his legendary rants. You didn't interject. You didn't protect the regime. You're done, son. So go on, give us some more thoughts and entertain us. Come on.
I will say, I'm not sure if I am allowed to disagree with your fine self on the show.
Of course you can.
Of course you are.
No,
I better go back and watch the footage of Thorin and Philip Aram. That was one for the ages. So, yeah.
No, I think Hearing what you say about Riot, like I don't have a lot of interactions with the higher ups, right? So
Yeah,
certainly not as much. Haven't investigated as much as you guys might have, and I don't have the experiences like Monty would have. All I've worked with are the foot soldiers, basically.
Appropriate name, appropriate label.
And I've just found them to be some like the nicest people, unironically, like genuinely. I really find, like, from what you say about, you know, Riot hiring for culture, you know, your spin on that being sounds kind of, you know, your perspective on that being we're hiring for the cult. My perspective of that has been like, yeah, every single Riot I've met has been a certain kind of person, and I do genuinely believe they've all been really nice people. Again, I don't have a huge amount of experience with the NA side of things, apart from
To be fair, I have heard Foxdrop that the culture in Europe is very different as a satellite office than the one in Los
Angeles. I should also specify, if tack that onto the rant, that most of those anecdotes, they're all NA related.
Yeah,
I think when it branched out into Europe, they accidentally hired well-adjusted people.
Yeah, I have heard, you know, I have heard very good things mostly about the German office. And even, you know, I've talked to a lot of people there who have said that they think the NA office is fucking weird. You know,
No,
and so I can totally see your perspective on that one.
Yeah, Big Brother Riot NA is, I don't know what's got. Yeah, there's definitely a disconnect between EU and NA on that sense, for sure.
The idea of Mark Merrill on a TV screen going, "We were never at war with MonteCristo." Now here and then
love me some Monty.
It just cuts to Thorin in a jumpsuit. I betrayed Riot Games by telling the truth. I committed thought crime in my heart and mind. Big Brother's so fucking on point, man.
It's my honest assessment of working with Riot is like, individually good people, as a whole kind of weird, honestly, you know, like maybe like, and I don't know where that stems from, whether it's like if you were to just chat on a one-to-one basis, like everyone that in my experience I've worked with at Riot, they've all been like proper solid people, but sometimes they're overarching, like, for example, my experience with LEC and my inexperience of getting a text back. It's like, oh god, it's like Tinder all over again. Like, the individuals, I don't actually really hold anything against anyone specifically individually, maybe one or two, but not really anything crazy. But they make all the right noises, but just it doesn't all quite add up. And I think there's a certain irony with Riot's greatest enemies, so to speak. Pretty much everyone that is sitting in this room right here, to be honest. Individually, from what I hear from rioters, they like you more than they like their own company.
I mean,
I wouldn't say that.
Why do you
that's
think
very disqualifying?
Foxdrop, how do you think Richard gets the information for his articles?
Yeah. I mean,
this is the key thing. I'm always stipulating. I am talking about the loyalists, essentially. But yes, they've hired so many people. Their processes have ultimately failed them. There are normal, right? It's like, you know that scene at the end of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where they're walking among the pod people, and it's like you just have to show no emotion, don't make eye contact, and maybe they don't get a read. They've got normal people working in the company, good people that are like having to live in that world. Like, it's, you know, it's surreal. And obviously these people are feeding me like, you'll never guess what's happening next. You'll never guess what's happened here, or, you know. So it's like there are people who obviously like me at Riot. Yeah.
I mean, Foxdrop, the joke that I make is that it has cost Riot vastly more money to have me as a problem than it would have just cost to pay me and have me be a well-paid or adequately paid member of their ecosystem. Because, hello, Riot, I know you're watching right now, PR people. I know you're watching this show. This is the show of record in the industry. It's about you. How many employee hours have I wasted while they post my tweets in their stupid Slack groups and I distract them with my criticism? You know what I mean? Like, we could have just been friends if you had not been a dick and just paid me an appropriate amount of money for my work. And yet that money has now gone tenfold into me distracting your employees from doing meaningful work or having to pay attention to me as part of your PR campaign.
Did you hear about the time? Did you hear about the time they thought I went to their NA event?
No.
And they sent out so there must have just been another fat bald dude in glasses, right, or something like, right? And they literally with like red alert emojis.
Oh, I heard this. Yeah,
Richard Lewis spotted at event, red alert. Like I just can't process this. Like in a normal world, you make a video game and produce content and esports content about that video game. I like some of the things you do. I don't like some of the things you do. And if your corporate culture is rotten and you're publicly professing that you're going to fix it, therefore tacitly admitting it's rotten, I should be able to say it's rotten and there should be no harm, no foul. And we could have just all played nice in this sandpit, which, by the way, I was here first. I helped put up those rafters on the sandpit, and I'm second gen esports, and Duncan's first gen. The people before me got the sand and drew the lines, right? You know, we could have all played nice here and had a good time, but you Riot, your people have decided, you've deigned that all criticism is wrong. And it cannot be tolerated. And anyone that behaves in any way you don't approve of, with your weird morals and values, you know, they can't be in the sandpit. We must push them out the sandpit. We should cordon off parts of the sandpit. It's like, it's so mental that you waste your energy on that over what I've done, which is tell the fucking truth. I don't know. Like, what was the great crime? So, you know, it's mad they've got the energy. Red alert, Richard Lewis spotted. And of course, I wasn't there. I wasn't even on the same fucking continent. Some other guy, by the way, is probably getting roughed up by security. In like that bit in The Simpsons, in the name of love. We'll get him the help that he needs. In the name of love. Like, some cunts had that because they mistook him for me.
You said, you know, you asked what the greatest crime is, and I say this with utter respect and love.
Buckle in. Come on.
I will say yourself and Thorin.
Come on.
You're dicks. But, and
fair.
again, yeah, but is that?
Hey,
and I say
what
this
about
to your
me?
faces because I know. Well, I'll come to you later, Money. And I say this to your faces because I know you guys will accept this.
Yeah,
like you just don't care. You just do not care. And honestly, you fight. In my opinion, you fight the good fight, and you don't care. You don't really have the time for people who are faffing about and getting in your way, and you know. And so and it's the optics of that. Honestly, I generally just think that's what it is. And like in the court of public opinion, you know, it's like, it's just, if someone was to come at you and say, you know, this is shoddy work, why did you say this isn't true, you're more likely to cuss them out and wish ill fates upon themselves and their next of kin.
Oh, I do get the voodoo doll out. Yeah, fucking right. But I mean, listen, I will, to my credit, I will say I bicker less on Twitter. I've realized that is a fucking fool's. That's a fool's game. I don't do it as much. I mean, funnily enough, watching some of the reactions, I did come across the old Optimus Tom beef, where for 11 years he's been super upset over it because he used to be really fat. And he was telling me that he didn't like my journalism or my opinions. It was some weird argument. And I said, look, mate, if the only thing I'd ever ask advice from you from is how to win a pie eating contest. Yes. And of course, the joke there being, right, and this is like 2013, so this is like, you know, I said a long time ago, I was a different person. I was a bit more aggressive on social media, and you know, that was bad. I mean, that was wrong. It was wrong to fat shame him, although it did work. He got super thin. The irony is now he's thinner than, and I won the pie eating contest. Thanks, Tom, you know. So thanks for the, we can be friends now. But anyway, it's like, I get it. I understand. There was like this idea of me being a dick publicly, because I was. But I think in general, you know, like what always upsets me is that like certain people in the industry, they just don't like no filter truth being expressed because they worry about what you might say next, or if you saw something, like they know there's something bad behind the curtain, right? You know, they know that Soylent Green is people, and so you can't go back there. because they're mega suspect. You will say it. Now it's obviously, if I found out Soylent Green was people, I'm sorry, I got to tell the people they're eating people. I have to do it. I have to be Charlton Heston, don't I? Just less attractive in every conceivable way. So I don't get why. I think somewhere along the line, I think it does get conflated a little bit. But I absolutely take your point. I mean, listen, I would never claim that I am not a fucking abrasive arsehole. That would be the most insane gaslighting of all time. Like.
That's it. And I don't even really say it as much of an insult. Do you know what I mean?
No.
That
I actually did learn. But when people say to you, you are an arsehole or a dickhead, they can say it with love. Working in this industry has taught me that in an industry this broken, it can be a positive quality.
Yeah. And I there's opportunities to shit on people on social media and be like, oh, this Richard Lewis is such a dickhead. You can say that on social media because you for whatever reason, and then I would say it to your face because I'm not saying it in a way where I'm trying to discredit you. It's an observation, and I'm sorry. I do apologize, Monty, for not including you in that.
I know I feel left out.
And I'll say you're there as a as a slight sproutling of the dickhead tree, but no,
we're helping him bloom.
Yeah. I think I think you just make enemies with people who it's not advantageous to make enemies of them in your career, but that's what you stand for, which I respect. So, and I don't think
I just don't take authority from morons. And so it has been a problem in my career. Just straight up.
Doesn't tend to be good. Yeah, there are
I will not do what morons tell me to do. And that has been a problem. That has been a problem. I fully admit that.
Potentially, slightly anti-productive for the success of your careers. Coming on Four Horsemen, potentially might be up there, but it's what we do.
Look, here's the thing though, is I joke about it being counterproductive for my career, but it really hasn't been in a lot of ways, right? Like, it's led me to the people that I want to work with and the things that I want to do. And almost every step of the way, it has also made me more money. So, the one step where it didn't make me more money was doing a startup company where you do not expect to necessarily make the most money, right? But my movement from job to job has actually been very financially beneficial for me, as opposed to, I think about now, if I was still a caster for Riot, oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
That's the topic for another show. Like, the state of casting definitely needs to be hit this year because holy moly, it is fucking miserable. But yeah, I just objectively would have earned far less if I had just stuck it out with Riot this whole time. We should talk about the Activision Blizzard stuff too, because that was.
Do you want to just throw that on? At the end? Yeah, happy to do it. Yeah.
No, I think we do have to talk about it because it is another, very important part of this industry and very important part of esports. And it is part and parcel of all of the layoffs that have occurred. And especially as kind of Activision Blizzard tries to transition away from their franchise league. They've already announced their new plans for Overwatch. And that is with the backing of Faceit. Overwatch the game is going to be integrated into the Faceit platform. They are now running the circuit. The major tournaments are going to be held at DreamHack events, including their new World Championship. And I strongly suspect that, perhaps in time, we might see it involved with the Esports World Cup as well, just because, that's the way things are going across every game. Epic's doing it. Riot's now doing it. Valve has done it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of been normalized among all the esports developers. So it wouldn't surprise me if Activision Blizzard...
We've hit the well, what can you do stage?
Yeah, exactly.
Sports watching,
exactly. So I would imagine that is, and probably also the people who own the teams are going to want to have Overwatch included, because being part of their package, the ability to win points to get the org prize pools Because if you don't know, the way they structure Gamers 8 is with massive prize pools for the organizations that have the highest ranking overall placement across all their esports, right? So if you want to be if you're a team and you're thinking about fielding an Overwatch team as part of this new circuit, then you probably want it to be part of the World Cup so that if you place well, you can then win your org more money. So it's like, basically, guys, it's like if, Team Liquid goes and places like 4th place in Dota and 1st place in League of Legends and 3rd place in Tekken. All of this is accounted for, and then the orgs that do the best are ranked across all the different games, and you get millions of dollars. So it's a huge motivation for the orgs. So that's why I would be surprised if the teams themselves would have not pushed for this to occur.
With this additional stipend program that they announced today, I revealed it was coming on an episode of the Esports Gospel a few weeks ago. I would have written something up, but it was like everyone was giving me garbled details, and it just wasn't quite it just wasn't solid enough to commit to a journalistic piece, because the numbers were coming back all different and garbled, which suggests to me some, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others kind of thing going on behind the scenes. But anyway, yeah, I mean, now you can just apply to the Esports World Cup
on their
foundation.
Website. I saw that this morning. Yep.
And they will give you a one-time, I think they're wording it is like a one-time entry, like a one-time entry fee to an esport, and they will and you will get like this 6-figure payout. So depending on what game you sign up for. So now, Saudi, we've got an esports from you used to pay to play, to playing had to be underwritten by someone, to now Saudi is willing to pay you to participate in their tournaments. That's where we're at now. So the idea that Overwatch would be immune to this, especially when they're running the tournament, and Saudi won the Overwatch World Cup, I believe.
Yes.
No, there's no way.
By the way, as I pointed out on Side Select, if you want an example of how hilarious, like, in theory, like the narrative of sports can connect to the bigger, like, reflective of the world, all you need to know is, whereas the Overwatch World Cup, Monty will know this, used to just be like South Korea was the best, and then after that, like maybe one of the European, maybe like Sweden or something's good, USA was all right. The joke was the last ever Overwatch World Cup was too on the nose. The final was Saudi Arabia versus China.
I know.
I can't do that. It's too on the nose. It's too on the nose.
Bro, it literally, Andres was right the whole time, mate. None of this is real anyway. Like, I'm just so fucking zen. I get occasionally angry for a rant because I forget not to care. But, like, none of it's real. God is a supercomputer. I am an algorithm. None of you exist. I am just experiencing completely fake, made-up things to feed data back into the supercomputer. Then my algorithm will self-terminate and probably restart with a new algorithm in a new reality. So that's where I'm at, by the way. So yeah, I'm zen as fuck.
What's mad about that was actually like a 30-second, really concise version of that whole architect speech from the second Matrix movie.
Again, as I said on Foreplay, we should just be script doctors, mate.
You know what
I mean?
So what happened with Activision Blizzard is, they announced this new circuit, and then conveniently, immediately after they announce it, here come the layoffs, and all the talent are let go who are full-time employees. This includes, friends and colleagues of mine like Zoe and Mr. X. So very sad to see that happen, especially because Mr. X he was still casting, but he had also transitioned into a role of managing Overwatch League, and presumably was part of the conversations about transitioning from Overwatch League into this new project. And then once it's completed, he is let go. And it obviously went deeper into the actual dev teams as well, because Blizzard had massive cuts after the Activision merger, which, by the way, guys, is so expected. Like, the writing was on the wall when the merger was approved, that there was going to be some, deduping in the system, right? There's going to be job redundancies. And not only that, but they're going to seriously look at these companies with a fresh eye and fresh goals and see what's going on. So in case you guys didn't know, they sacked the entire Blizzard survival game, which had been announced, and sacked the entire team associated with that, which is quite surprising. I guess the development for that game must not have been going well. They took a hatchet to the Overwatch team, and as far as I can tell, cut a bunch of the people, if not all of the people, working on the PvE elements, which I have to say, guys, I am not surprised by that. This was an announcement. Oh, there's going to be this huge PvE campaign as part of it. Was a critical promise of Overwatch 2 that they never delivered on, then cut back the project significantly. So honestly, like, I'm sorry to be a dick about this, but if I'm Microsoft coming in and I'm looking at this and I'm saying, wait, so they announced this PvE thing. Where is the PvE thing? And they're like, well, it got scaled back and it's not done yet. My reaction as a cold-blooded business person is like, we do not need these people. Because the product Overwatch 2 is already out. It's already been bought. Are these PvE things going to add additional revenue for us? Because the promise has already been broken. It doesn't exist.
Let's also be real. They don't even need the IP. Like what I love about what Phil Spencer said in this, sweeping takeover is he's like, actually, Activision Blizzard, they have a ton of great IP that they've let go fallow, and I want to bring back some of the games I grew up with, which they no longer develop or make sequels for. So, like, Overwatch has just been total failure at launch from start to finish, unfortunately.
Because remember, the development cycle of Overwatch was that it was supposed to be an MMO called Titan.
Well, yeah. Well, Bob, look. This is what happens. Bobby, as I said, I was saying it yesterday on stream. Bobby Kotick saw his first gacha game, right? And he couldn't believe it. He's like, what? So they pay, but they're playing the game, but they pay all the time. And all the content is paywalled. And addicts are just pumping money in to buy this fake currency. And so it's just a continuous, ever since they bought Candy Crush, basically, ever since they bought King, he got obsessed.
King makes an outrageous amount of money, by the way, way more than Blizzard.
But every quarterly financial report, everyone else is like, they're always like trying to fudge the numbers, like, well, Overwatch players are down, but we have released the DLC when it comes to the King part. Yep, straight fire, which money on tap, right? So anyway, ever since that happened, Bobby Kotick has wanted to shoehorn those mechanics into every single game. And when loot crates started getting regulated, fuck it, turn on the battle passes. It's the exact same thing. Sometimes even in these battle passes, it opens a virtual crate. Like, it's so ridiculous that doesn't even fall under the purview of the loot crate things. But ever since that happened, everybody had to toe the line of Bobby Kotick. He would say two things. He even said publicly, I believe, that we are now a mobile games company, which, think about the games Blizzard have made historically and Activision have made historically. And for him to say that is just like, it makes you want to vomit, right? But anyway, he started then wanting to push all these mechanics in. So people worked on these games and had to do whatever Bobby Kotick wants. And no community was hurt more by this than the Overwatch community. First, they get a sequel, right, that nobody needs or wants. It's only been like 5 years, right? It's just a graphical update. And then they promise you can have cross-platform play, right? But then they don't. They just switch off their Overwatch 1 servers. Lol, just kidding. Buy this new game, but don't worry, you are getting all that sick PvE content. Then because they have to rush the development of Overwatch 2 out to try and save Bobby Kotick's fever dream of the Overwatch League, right? They think it'll give renewed interest and a shot in the arm. They stopped developing the content for the casual players, the PvE content, which, by the way, they had tons of stuff left over from the Titan development cycle or whatever. So they get rid of they say sorry.
For what it's worth, Richard, I did hear that the PvE side of it was not good and was kind of a mess.
I mean, it doesn't matter. If you promise me an apple, right? Maybe I can be upset there's a fucking worm in it, but give me an apple, you cunt. Sure. You know what I mean? Like, so anyway, then they said, sorry, we're going to have to scrap it. It doesn't meet our high standards. So wait, I bought a sequel specifically for something, and I don't get that thing. Okay, not to worry. At least there'll be a ton of other content, right? Wrong. There's no new skins, none of this cool stuff. And then they go, we got some of that PvE left over. Want to buy it for $15. They packaged the shit they promised and took away as a DLC and sold it to them.
Yeah.
Like, I know Overwatch fans are Tumblr sex weirdos, but your cuckolding fetish is out of control at this fucking point. But anyway, like, Microsoft have watched all of that happen.
Yeah.
They don't want to be associated with any of that shit. Of course, you all got fucking laid off. Of course.
So yeah, and you know, this affected, like, I think they laid off like 60 out of 72 of their remaining you know, esports full-time employees. And also, you know, they do these things in the most Activision Blizzard way possible too, which is very cold a lot of the time. Like, we all remember what happened to the Heroes of the Storm scene when they just decided they didn't want it anymore. They just like canceled the season, and like all the people who were not even employees at Blizzard, but literally contracted the players who are contracted the teams were just like,
leaked it to friendly journalists in advance, so the journalists knew, but because they wanted to maintain relationships, it didn't publish it, while actual people who were signing players and contracts for Heroes of the Storm, players who were moving into houses and had leases they might need to renew, were all kept in the dark, and then those journalists rolled out the story in uniform on the same day. They're bloody shutting down Heroes of the Storm. Yep. Outrageous, mate. Outrageous.
Yeah, and on the CDL side too, guys, you know, if you don't follow COD, what just happened was they had a major in Boston, and there were a bunch of people who were still full-time employees like a week ago. And they didn't know, because the layoffs started happening. All these announcements started happening. A bunch of people ended up being laid off. They waited until the conclusion of their work at the Boston major and then laid them off. You know?
Yeah.
And they had kind of whittled down the crew up until that point in time. But a lot of people who, again, are pretty mission critical to competitive COD continuing, like, there were a lot of posts from like I saw on Twitter of the Hot Hands Lounge, which is their observing corps. And both Call of Duty and Overwatch are notoriously difficult games to observe. Like, these people, I can tell you from working at the Overwatch League and from knowing people over at CDL, that these observers teams have worked for years to refine this craft. And it is going to be even harder than in League of Legends to have a competitive circuit that is watchable, that doesn't have people of this level of experience. And now on both observing crews are now gone. Now, maybe they'll get picked up by Esports Engine, which is the subsidiary that is operating the production, the subsidiary of EFG, ESL Faceit Group.
Esports Engine that laid off all of its people, yeah.
You know, Esports Engine, which is owned by ESL Faceit Group, which is owned by Savvy Gaming, which is owned by the Saudi Arabian government. You know, maybe Esports Engine will hire a few of these people as freelancers, but again, do you want to do this on a freelance basis? For less money and like no benefits? Like, it's a hard sell. So, you know, the quality of the viewer experience for these games is likely to go down considerably with the new circuit. So I think
one other thing to watch out for, because if you don't know, this is obviously the worst version of it, but there's been these boom and bust cycles in esports, especially around VC cycles in the past. I mean, funnily enough, Esports Engine, the people behind that were MLG people. And if everyone remembers, off the top of my head, at like 2015, 2016 was when like MLG was hiring all these people because they were even branching out and doing CS and other games, did a major. And then what they did was they'd hire a load of people and then they just had to fire a load of people. And here's the worst part, which I was going to get to, which is the worst part is the meta of companies who do that being so cynical, they then spin it a la Biden with the like post-COVID job market as like, no, it's my success that it's got. Basically, what you do is you spin something really bad happening. Once it finishes, you go, look at this new thing I've done though. So what they'll do is this, are you ready guys? This happened many times before. When you fire all these people, you do it right around a certain timing, right? Where the next quarter's about to begin. And then what you do is then you announce like record profits and things for that because you've just freed up all this money and you've cut all these salaries and you've hired people as freelancers for less money and doing it cheaper. And so even though in theory, like obviously it's a total net negative that this has happened to the industry, it will be spun by the corporate fucking drones as like a good thing, but they'll just won't connect it to this tragic element of it. So get ready for that because that will come down the pipeline. And so don't be the idiot who goes, oh, brilliant news for the industry when they say that, because that's why I gave that Biden example. Like he's talking about about the fact that the whole country was shut down, so everyone's fucking job went, and now it's not, so you can have normal jobs again. But he's making that sound good. It's like it was obviously it's a less negative, mate. It's not positive. It's less negative.
Yeah. And I
right, a lot of Biden fans in the chat, I guess. All right, fuck, sorry about going in on your old man Joe there. Fuck,
I think what makes me so sad about this particular round of layoffs is like, when you're training to be the observers who are laid off from Riot and from Overwatch League and from Call of Duty, is that these people thought they had real careers in doing this, because what they were sold was this is going to be a sustainable ecosystem with franchising, and it's going to be like professional sports. And you guys are these hyper specialized people. You are the camera operators of the NFL, right? This is what they were sold. And so they made this entire career track that really doesn't have any other applicable uses.
A bigger point we haven't talked about that I should have done before, I should have nailed this earlier, is think about this. As you're saying, Monty, look, it is true. There might be some guy who's a camera operator who already lived in LA because he worked in the film industry or independent film or theatre or something, right? But here's another thing that is so missed on all these stories of people getting laid off, is when you work on the LCS or the LEC, there are people who don't even come from that country who have moved all their shit and put down roots where in Germany, by the way, I can tell you, sometimes that means you just commit to like a year of rent. People might remember way back in the day when Richard was one of the people who reported on those, like, was it ESGN? The people where like they did that like tournament where they told everyone like, move here, you all have sick jobs. So everyone moved, locked themselves into these nightmare fucking rent contracts. And then when like a month or two in, there was no money and you had no job, they would just shut out a lock. You just had to pay that money. You just stuck. And so similarly, think about LA. We were talking in that LCS walkout thing of like, why do they have the LCS there? It's so prohibitively expensive. Imagine being the fucking pleb who works on the broadcast, who has to live there within commute distance. And by the way, commuting's a nightmare there, so you better live close as possible. Like the joke is, if the studio's like, right, you better be in Culver City or like right there at the area where you're just an Uber drive away. Because if you've got a 3-hour commute, you might not make it into work some days with the LA traffic. So these people, it's not like they're just working from home, guys, and they've lost their job. Some of them have like literally essentially built their life as if, like you say, as if they're going to live there for 10 years. And as if like some of them probably bought houses with money, fucking brought all their items. And now not only are you fired, but like, it's not like you aren't in the film industry. There isn't unlimited esports jobs in this area that you just shift to. You might then just have to be the guy for real, where that's the end of your whole esports dream. You're packing back up into your fucking bindle, fucking back off on the road, and potentially even going back home to wherever you came from. Like, this is like world-shaking shit that's going on.
Well, and it's because these people got conned into believing that there was a career. Yes. They were told that this was sustainable, and yet nobody is taking the fall at the top for creating a system where not only they don't have media rights, and they haven't for years, but now the VC is dried up, so the teams are complaining. They never created a system where they could actually share digital revenue, and then they axed the platform that was supposed to do that. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, but also as well, though, I mean, it's even darker than that. Because Activision Blizzard have been, they've been in legal action over this. In I think 2 countries, they let people go and then they immediately rehire back into that role. I mean, Riot Tizer was having a fucking Benny on Twitter because Riot are doing that now, and it's like that's it. It's not that they don't need somebody to do the thing. It's that in their fucked up worldview, they're not paying you enough. But I mean, like, all the people I've talked to at these companies, Activision, Blizzard, Riot, they all tell me the same thing. Like, I've been here years, I've had 1 pay raise. Inflation is crushing me right now. I live in a shitty studio apartment. You hear about people like, like they're working at this huge media conglomerate and they're couch surfing. This shouldn't be happening, right? So something's got to give. You from a corporate perspective, you streamline the workforce and you trim the fat and you cut the bloat. But obviously within that, there's all these people taking jobs as like contractors on shitty salaries because they just want to be at the company. It'll look good on a resume or whatever.
I can also just
contributing to this insane culture.
I mean, I can just tell you, from working with people who are contractors who are more Hollywood contractors. So like, for example, or kind of general production, like I knew people who were camera operators, not the in-game ones, like for the stage at Blizzard and Riot, you know, who also worked in professional sports. You know what I mean? Or worked on, you know, TV shows, right? And what they would say is like, because these are non-union events, because they get so basically esports producers get away with not being able to not being enforced to have union wages or union, because they're an internet broadcast. They're not on TV, right? And so basically they can just forego all of the union requirements that these same camera operators enjoy on other broadcasts. So they get paid a lot less. There are far fewer protections. You know, there's less mandated breaks or rails around their work. And a lot of these people were pretty resentful of these companies. You know, they took it because it was like something to do when they weren't on their main gigs. But these are people with options who could just leave, right? Like, it's Los Angeles. You always need a fucking camera operator, right? These people they're not poor, first off. They're very well compensated a lot of the time, and they're in demand. And some of them just did it because they liked it, you know? But they would acknowledge to me, because, you know, I would go out and drink with them after the show, you know? Because frankly, the rioters were so fucking weird in Los Angeles that I didn't want to spend time with them. So I would just go drink with all of the like Hollywood camera operators and like the sound guys and everything like that. Those are the people I hung out with when I was working Riot events. It's like the casters I hung out with. And then I hung out with like all the contractors who were just doing the technical side of things, because they were way more fun. And so they would tell me all this shit. So, you know, but they have options, so it doesn't hurt so bad. It's the people that were basically led falsely into these hyper specialized fields that no longer have those opportunities that I think it feels really bad, because they didn't care about their
also
crafts.
Activision Blizzard massively overhired in the pandemic.
Sure. Yeah.
And like I said, I get it. It sucks to lose a job. You know, I've said this multiple times. You know, like I couldn't help but notice like all the thoughts and prayers esports people. You know, I went through an unbelievably dark time in my life where I lost everything. My best friend passes away. I lost my job. I lost my visa. I had to leave the country, and therefore had to break up a relationship I was in to come back to a house in the UK where my furniture was on a boat for 10 weeks. So I literally had nothing but an airbed, a desk, and my computer that got smashed to pieces by TSA on the way out the country. I was just sat there going, yeah, you know what, Rich? I was like doing that Breaking Bad speech where he's like going, there was a perfect time to die, Jesse. I was absolutely fucked. Like, you know, I'd done the Boston major, like just the previous year, you know, the high point of my career. So, you know, when I needed help, all these people at these companies, right? The thoughts and prayers and all, oh, they're so talented, and I hope they got hired. Here's what I learned in that moment. These are not your friends. Not one of them. There were people who reached out, but the people I expected to have
that's when you learn who your friends are, Richard.
Yeah, exactly. But the people I expected to like say, "Oh my God, you're gonna have to like leave the country." That's you got finessed by another tech startup who, because of the pandemic, have just rug pulled the job offer. That's awful, Richard. We'll find you something to do with our company. Like 100%. We know how talented you are. We'll find you to do something on the content side or all these other things you can do. Those offers didn't come flooding in for me. I had to just go and peck shit with the hens, as my grandfather used to say. So, you know, listen, I'm now seeing some of the people lament how terrible it is about all these layoffs. Yeah, welcome to the reckoning, fucker. You know what I did? Well, first of all, Deserto were great to me. Love those people. They, as soon as I got back to the UK, they made my employment full time. They didn't have to do it. I was a paid freelancer up until that point. They gave me a full-time job, and they definitely overpaid me for what I contributed. And I was there for 3 years. They really pulled my foot out the fire. So they got a friend for life in me. Because loyalty matters. But I will say, like, the startling lack of any concern. Think about all the shit we've been through collectively, which has probably turned us a little bit sour and a little bit bitter as it would over time. And I'm even including Foxdrop in this, right? Just think about the sort of collective misery that we've gone through and the uncertainty in our lives and how we've continually had to roll the dice and risk it all just to stay in an industry that we've helped build and normalize. Well, why aren't the industry people ever on our side? Why? Why when the bad things are happening to us? Where are you? Right? Where are you? So why do I have to be here for you? Why do I have to sympathize? My community bailed me out. My community fucking rallied around me. Right? The community I built and curated over 11 years. The things I was telling other people to do. Don't get in bed with these companies. Build your own brand. Start a stream. Start a podcast. I was telling people to do this 10 years ago. Difference being, people like me and Duncan did it. And so this is why we get to be the dickheads, because we always knew we had a fucking safety net of good people that would look after us for the risks that we took. And these people didn't build that. They got into bed with these fucking weird little cult-like companies and then chat on everyone else in the industry, even reporters whose reporting is designed to help them when they're in a crisis. I'm sorry, at this stage in my life, 40-year-old man, I'll say it out loud, yeah, in my 40s, I've got no sympathy left, guys. I've got no sympathy. Your sympathy dial didn't move for me at all.
And yet, Richard, I mean, I think what's so important about this show and the work that all of us do more generally, Foxdrop included, with doing work on Side Select, is that when the shit hits the fan, guys, and everybody else is so scared to say something about Riot or about Activision Blizzard or about these developers or about Esports Winter, because everybody's terrified of losing their job, right? And they know if they lose their job, it's going to be really hard to get another spot in the industry right now because there's so much competition for so few positions and there's so little money. And you know what? So, when Flashpoint died and I realized, like, I just can't do anything anymore where other people could fuck this up for me, because I had been part of Riot where other people had fucked it up, and I had been part of Overwatch League where other people had fucked it up, and I had been part of Flashpoint where people, and these were things that I couldn't control, the fuck ups. Yeah. I couldn't. So I was like, look, if at least the next thing is going to fail, I want it to be because I fuck it up. You know what I mean? For once in my life, I want to be able to fuck something up and have it be actually my fault, or it will be successful. And all of these people...
I'm glad you brought up Flashpoint, by the way. Everyone loved watching that fail.
Yeah. It was a good thing, honestly.
That would have kept the NA scene alive.
Oh, it was a net positive in every objective sense. Millions of dollars given away, literally allowed teams that weren't even part of a circuit to play. We didn't get out of lands, but we had 2 big events, all sorts of shit. Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Mate, when I hear people bitch now, like, oh, there's no NA scene. Some of you were literally the people who chose not to be involved, you dickhead. How's it working out now? ESL Pro League in America, it doesn't exist. You have to go to Europe. Oh, also, I agree. When everyone now complains, well, what can you do? You got to earn a crust. You literally wanted Flashpoint to fail. We weren't even sponsored by Saudis or anything, you dumb fucks. It was just a normal business.
Yeah.
But then I've got a few angles on this score.
Let me just finish real quick, which is to say, like, people who got laid off didn't build anything for themselves because they were reliant on these companies, and they were actively wishing for all of us to fail. But now we're the only ones left who can actually speak the truth and criticize what is happening, guys. You don't hear any of this on any other shows, really, because unless people here are involved in it, it doesn't get said. And so these companies just get to bury everything as a result. You know, they get to control the message. And all you hear is, oh, thoughts and prayers for those let go. And it's not about who was let go, the stories of why they were let go, the fact that they're cutting, you know, some people who are deserving, but a lot of people who are just in a fucked up situation. And now everything's screwed up behind the scenes. Because what they want to do, what Activision Blizzard and what Riot want to do is paint a veneer of it's fine over the top of this thing. But it's not fine, guys. It's not fine what they're doing, and it's not going to be fine for the broadcast that you as fans like. But we're the only ones who can talk about it left because everyone else is so shit scared of what's going on. And that's disappointing.
Right, one thing I want to say is earlier when we were talking about this idea that, like, obviously the stupidest thing about these layoffs is they have exposed that, like, this isn't an industry in the traditional sense. Like, you might think, but I'm not a contractor. I have a full-time. Yeah, and guess what? If it's not like a job where you're going to work 40 years and get a fucking gold watch at the end. Like, you are literally so out of date. It's like a boomer take to that. I have job security. No, you just have one job, and when that's gone, you have nothing. And then you have to literally, like, just flail and grab onto something as you're falling off the edge of esports relevancy to become nobody at the bottom. Because people used to say that to me. They would go like, but isn't it, you know, kind of stressful to be a freelancer and to, you know, where's your job security? And I just think, mate, your job security is if you like the wrong tweet at Riot tomorrow, you're fired. Like that's your job security. So you could have put years into this. You could have had people who were telling you, oh, we really love your work here. Great job, performance excellent, every single aspect good. But then you've upset the cult. You've gone against them. You've done the thing that makes you the outsider. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Did you retweet an episode of Summoning Insight? Don't you know that Monty and Thought, like, all that sort of shit that then has to creep in your life. And then also, then there's the thing that Richard said. One of the worst things these people do, the worst, is they literally either participate in a culture that denigrates our work and paints us as the worst human beings to fucking exist. As well, by the way, like, we're committing crimes and like totally evil, immoral actions, literally tweets you don't like, you fucking shit cunts. But not only do you participate in that, sometimes drive those mobs and say all this egregious stuff. Then when you get fucked or fired, you actually come to us, publicly or privately, to ask us to be your champion and to tank aggro for you. That is mental. Like, I'm not going to say the circumstances, but there was like some drama last year, right, where a woman who you could just search on her Twitter account freely, she was openly saying that no one should ever go on my shows or ever be on my content because I'm some sort of alt-right bigot and that essentially I shouldn't be allowed to work in esports. Then when someone fucked with her, she wrote me to my YouTube public business email that anyone can access, but it's obviously like a spillover one. I don't check that often. She wrote a fucking email basically pretending she hadn't done any of that stuff, didn't present any of that, and explaining how someone who now would be a mutual enemy of ours has fucked with her. So would I like to now take all of her story and testimony and investigate a bunch of leads and create a story about that person, which only benefits this shithead, so that then I can tank aggro from their enemy? Like, why the fuck would I accept that? What? And also, you do notice the second they need my platform's no longer a toxic, evil, alt-right platform that's there to trick kids into thinking, I don't know, things about science before 2016, you know, crazy ideas like that. And then so they treat us essentially like we're dinosaurs who don't deserve to exist. But then magically, we're also now apparently like the fucking, like the cavalry or the fucking sheriff. When you get in trouble, we have to come and save your ass and actually protect you. Because this is what people don't get. It's the same reason why fans of CSGO or League of Legends will always think I am too harsh, because you don't know what these motherfuckers are like behind the scenes. If you think you despise how entitled pro players are, you don't despise them enough. You've never seen how entitled they can be. Same with other people in the industry. So really, here's the problem, right? I get it that because you weren't there and you didn't have my experiences, you can't relate to my perspective. That's okay. I don't need you to. But understand, I am always going to now use my platform to give the fucking business to the twats that deserve it in this industry. And I don't really care if you go, but I like his streams and it's good when he does the unboxing, so why are you just doing this again? Then listen to the fucking video, mate. It explains what these people have done. We always do, by the way. Have you ever noticed that whenever we make make these explanations, they always struck first. They always did the fucked up thing. They were always the corrupt liar.
Every single time, man.
Then after that, yes, here's the thing. Guess what? I'm not going to be super polite to someone I think is a corrupt, evil piece of shit who's done provably bad things. I actually think that's appropriate. Like, tone policing on that is really silly. Because what's mad is, where is that energy when, Carlos makes a tweet? You lose your fucking minds. But then I'm not allowed to go, I think this person who has lied repeatedly, as I will now catalogue in a 1-hour video, is a dickhead. And they're like, well, that's just rude. Like, there's one time, I'll give you the best example ever. After Mark Merrill had been chain fucking Monty's career for about 5 years with the rest of Riot, Monty had the audacity on an episode of Summoning Insight where, while he was talking about him, to just refer to him as like this fucking cocksucker. And there was all people in the comments like, well, Monty, how do you expect Riot to behave to you if you call them a cocksucker? And it's like, well, just listen to what you said they did to him, you idiot. So basically, because they did all that to him but didn't say cocksucker, they're cool, but we're the ones that are out of pocket. I don't think so somehow.
Yeah, no way. And just on that point, just quickly as well, Activision Blizzard did the same shit Riot did. They pulled the same shit on me. They took work away from me. Imagine what it's like to be at Turner Sports. We're doing an Overwatch event. We're one of the few people that, like, when they offered their terms to promote Overwatch prior to the Overwatch League, we were one of the few companies who said, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. It's content. We're new in the space, blah, blah, blah. I was the literal employee, right, to be the host for every broadcast of E-League, no matter whether it was a big one with celebrities, like I did the Celebrity Showdown with Shaq, or the smaller ones like the fucking Sims that they did for a while, right? It would have been me the whole time, Austin. That was the plan. And then when fucking Activision Blizzard, they literally came in. The first thing was they were kicking it around. Isn't he a Trump supporter? I can't even vote in your country. What the fuck are you on about, mate? Like, what feasible support can I offer? By the way, you Americans, you're the people who keep putting these up for elections and giving everyone impossible fucking choices. Like, why am I to blame if I just go, I like that one better than the other one? Like, I in my mind, is selecting the lesser of two evils. Have you ever thought about having a system that doesn't throw up evil? Like, because the rest of the world laughs at you. It's fucking bonkers what your politics is descended into. But anyway, so that was the first thing that was getting discussed. Is he an Overwatch is a game that promotes diversity and inclusion, so we couldn't have anyone who was even Trump adjacent? And I'm like, well, what the fuck did I do now? Like, and then after that, it became, and also, I don't think it's appropriate because he does have a long history of criticizing our games. He criticized WCS and StarCraft completely accurately, was totally right. Look how that turned out. He criticized Heroes of the Storm, totally accurate. Like, look how that turned out. And so anyway, they told E-League it was a deal breaker. They couldn't use me as a host. And also, by the way, somebody said, well, I could stand in and fill in and be the host, but I'd really like to do some analysis in this new game. I've worked really hard. Yep. And then Activision Blizzard said, no, you will always be a host. You don't get to branch out. Go sit in Richard's chair. It's like, for fuck's sake, these people
remember,
are
Richard,
scumbags.
Isn't the punchline the person who wanted to be the host? The reason they wanted to be the analyst, the reason they had to be a host is they were a woman. Wasn't that even the hilarious thing is, guys, the same companies now who tell you they're super woke, let me just re-describe in the cynical terms they'd use in their shitty little cronies. So what they did there is intentionally, explicitly tell Turner they had to have less diversity in their talent crew because Richard actually openly has said on stream many times he's bisexual. So they removed some diversity, and then they took a woman and she said, I'd like to have a crack at this analysis. I know the game and the space a lot. And they went, sorry, love, you're a woman, sweet cheeks. Sit down and fucking ask the men what they think. That's who fucking Blizzard are, by the way. If you haven't figured it out yet, you idiots, when they do those initiatives and they pay money to the charities, the joke is that's them giving you their cut so they can keep being cunts. It's never that they've suddenly had like a come to fucking Jesus road to Damascus experience where they've realized they're wrong. Bro culture and frat boy culture is the wrong. No, the joke is they're basically just saying, like, in some cynical fucking House of Cards meeting, like, what do we have to do to make this all go away? And then some fucking grifter comes in and goes, if you give this much money and do this initiatives in these courses, then we will say you are good. And then the same fucking circus just continues on and on. They're your heroes, guys. They're
Yeah, I
the
know.
people you all give a rapturous fucking standing ovation to at the future Riot Esports Awards, as it's going to be when they all join. By the way, the joke there is you're also so close, Riot. So you've already finagled and finessed behind the scenes loads of times Riot-related stuff. Spoiler, I've been in those Esports Awards meetings. There's certain people only recommend Riot people, remain silent about everyone else talked about, and sometimes will even say mad shit like they work for Riot, and they'll go, I know this might sound biased, but I think Riot deserves it on that. You go, oh shit, mate. So not only is all that going on, but at this point, how close to being on the nose, where you've already finessed, I've heard basically people didn't vote for Mark Merrill to win that Lifetime Achievement Award. So you've already finessed the panel, you've finessed Lifetime Achievement Awards for yourself. What next? I guess at next year's awards, what'll happen is when someone does give that like standing ovation, when someone like me stops, you'll go, what's that, Comrade Thorin? You appear to have stopped applauding the Chairman Merrill's fucking speech, and they'll be taken off to the re-education, denubification fucking program at that point, won't I?
He's gone to the denubification camps. Do you know what I mean? It's wild. So this is what I mean. Again, Activision Blizzard, as soon as this is the other thing, the lack of personal accountability that a lot of these people have shown. Like this has been the most discussed and touted takeover in the history of the space. It was fought in the courts. Bobby Kotick did a fucking insane tour where he was antagonizing the politicians that would make a decision on it, because I don't think he ever really wanted to relinquish control. It was a predatory takeover Microsoft enacted because Bobby Kotick's bullshit, all the bad headlines, had brought their share price to such an unbelievably low place. Microsoft could buy it. They wouldn't have been able to buy it years ago. And so anyway, you have known that you are getting, like, what happens in a merger, guys? Hi, we're a video games company and we really like our games. We're buying you. You are a former rival video games company, and we're kind of ambivalent about your games. Some we like, some we don't, some we'll keep, some we won't. Do you think maybe at some point you should have gone, yeah, probably a good time for a job search, actually? Probably a good time to start reaching out to that next branch before I let go of this one. But again, I don't know, it's like people in our space just think it's going to last forever. It's just endless good times. It'll never be you that gets fired. Never you. No matter what you do to people, no matter how competent you are at your job, it'll never be you. I've just took a new lease out on a bigger apartment. Yeah, why would you ever do that? Why would you do that in this business, in this economy at this time? It's wild. It's wild. I mean, I literally did see, I won't name the guy because, obviously this is, but he was like, he was on LinkedIn going, my wife just gave birth to our first child today, and I've just been told I am laid off. Very scared, don't know what I'm going to do. And it's like, brother, I hate to say it, sort your shit out. Sort your shit out. Like, that's what you need to do, mate. You need to go get a fucking job. You probably got severance, and no one's hiring in this industry. But if I just had a kid, I don't care what it is to put food on the table. So listen, I can empathize, I get it, but again, this idea of this like endless rolling, maudlin sympathy. Won't someone think of the assholes? No, I won't, guys. Like, at the end of the day, I've handled my shit.
The joke is that these people, while they're inside the company, are the ones just chanting like all Richard Lewises are bastards, and then they're shouting defund Richard Lewis, and then the instant they get oppressed, they run to Richard Lewis.
Help! I need a Richard Lewis here. No, they're go get them. No, they're burning down my neighborhood. No, not the gated community.
Defund Richard Lewis. Fund the nice journalists. Fund the nice investigative journalists. And then they're like, wait, I need an investigative journalist. Richard, help me.
I know. Listen, I don't mind that so much. I will always help people if they've been mistreated, irrespective of personal differences. Because journalist Richard Lewis is indeed a sort of separate persona to who I am. Where yes, it's weird that I'm publishing an article going, look at all these terrible things happening at LEC, and then the very next day I'm publishing an article going, I've got no sympathy for any of you. I know it's a weird duality, right? But ultimately, I have to just think, and I want this to kind of be the final point we all get to. So it doesn't just become an extended episode of petty grievances or not so petty grievances. But look, at the end of the day, if people are genuinely invested in this industry and they want it to continue, then I would say there has to be a subset of you that can look at these, yes, scary numbers, wholesale layoffs. You can look at the wider economy and all the other companies that are doing it, because similar amount of layoffs at Google, similar amounts of layoff at like PayPal, similar amounts of layoff at Discord. That's such a dark joke there. I'm not doing it. Anyway, and so look, it's happening everywhere, and it's happening, and everyone is saying the same thing. We overhired. We need to make this these cuts now to survive. So if you're invested in the survival of the industry, this could be a very good time. They also have Activision Blizzard, I'll add. They have had a clean out. Mike Ybarra, Bobby Kotick's crony, he's gone. They brought in a new president who's got 11 years of experience at the NFL. I thought she did a great job on CDL. Harvard graduate, sounds great.
By the way,
said all the right things when she got a job.
She has a very good reputation from everybody I've talked to.
Never heard a bad thing.
CDL side, like Joanna Farias, people really like her.
And so maybe all of this can be a positive, but they do expect one of you in the wreckage, brother. For the fire to rise, someone is going to have to go. And unfortunately, it was just you dickheads. Now, if you love the industry so much, which is what you've really said the entire time, sometimes it has to be you. Sometimes it has to be you to get to a better place. Sometimes your job just becomes untenable. Sometimes you're not up to scratch. Sometimes your salary cannot be justified. And you have to be philosophical and look at the bigger picture. Because, you know, when you've got the job and when you've got the security, the bigger picture is all you talk about. How good your company is, and how all this cool stuff you make, and how you're changing lives, and how your video game could be a conduit to make people better, you know, the world a better place. So you're very big picture oriented when the money's going into your bank account. So, like I say, you've got time to go and get other jobs. It's hard, it's tough, but it is a reality of life. And the saccharine outpouring of performative sympathy, to me, has been sort of really, it shows how infantile the industry is. Let's not pretend that someone who's been at Blizzard for 12 years, a grown adult with, you know, a partner and children, is the same as the naive, wide-eyed, I went to LA to make it, and 1 year into Blizzard, I've been fine. Let's not pretend all these people are the same. Some people deserve your sympathies, and some people are going to struggle and could probably do with a helping hand. Others are going to get a big fat fuck-off paycheck, cash out all of their equity they got for being at the company, and they never need to work again. In fact, they're going to blunder into a startup. They are going to be given bags of money to go and do something else, which you will see time and time and time again. So I'm just saying, let's put the fucking violins away for now. Let's see what happens in 2024. Spoiler, Saudi buy everything.
There's one for you as well. Here's also why now I'm not going to just rally and help these people, because these are exactly the people that thought it was all fun and games when Nicola Point Jameson was doing her shit out there. They were friends with her. They'd be pictured in. By the way, the same people who'll be like, I can't believe you liked a Thorin tweet, will just openly take pictures, Epstein style, next to the fucking biggest scumbags you can ever meet, have drinks with them, reply to them on Twitter like you were personal friends from school, like, oh, great to see you again. Love whenever you're in the area. Oh, Slay Queen. Yes, Slay. When she do anything. Notice how you will never hear anything from these people against them. By the way, are we all just going to pretend that, like, what really happened, because they're doing this, by the way, this is part of the cover-up. The cover-up is this also. You skip past the part where everyone acknowledges it happened. What you do is you go, oh, it's already taken care of. That's a nightly put away on the shelf. Stop talking about, stop going on about it. No. There's the whole part where, even though you've all called out people in this chat just for like existing and having opinions on Twitter, you have to this day never been able to type the words Nicole and then anything like was wrong, shouldn't have done that, fucked up, did something, or maybe even call her evil or a piece of shit, crazy idea, I don't know. That send tweet never happened. It never ever occurred. The entire industry essentially sat silently or said systemic issues, or they, even worse is when they would just go EG, right? What's weird is suddenly it's just EG doing stuff. It's not specific people, like, you know, the fucking CTO or the like person in the HR who hires it. No, it's just EG all of a sudden. So the point is, by the way, that's even one, you dickheads, where you show that you're corrupt morally, because she doesn't even have any reprisals for you at this point. She's not going to be able to fire you or stop you getting hired somewhere. The joke is she's actually been run out of the industry, and you can't even, on the way out, sort of look over, pull the shutters apart and just go, good riddance. You can't even do that. So you've already shown by your actual like MO, you don't care about this industry. What you care about is this. Your ass got burned. And it stings, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes, I understand the premise of like empathy. You don't, because you didn't care when anyone else got wrecked and burned and destroyed. I'll bet even part of you, by the way, when it was, here's the best one of all. This is the ultimate reason not to give any of these scumbags sympathy. Mate, they not only would think like a human emotion, like, oh, my rival got some. No, I'll bet some of these people rejoiced when, like, for example, they thought some of us have been fired or kicked out or had dramas or we've lost our jobs or Monty got fucking his team taken. I bet they fucking almost, the joke is if they had the money, they'd have popped corks on that shit. They'd have actually, like, for real high-fived and actually felt like a simulacrum of what joy must be in a human emotion. Like, that's how bad these people are. So then after that, literally the same people we were battling turn around and fuck you. Take a fucking number, mate. You won't be dealt with after the 50,000 before you. How about that? Take a number.
Exactly. Again, I can't help but notice that Foxdrop's just sat there.
Maybe as a final comment.
Yeah,
Remarks.
Because I guess we're wrapping up within 4 hours
on this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like I've added to bits too. I'm just enjoying it almost like a viewer at this point. I think it's brilliant watching you guys get aggy at stuff. It's fantastic.
Well, look, thanks for coming to the therapy session.
I wish it didn't have to be this way, Foxdrop. I wish esports wasn't a pile of shit.
No, well, if it wasn't, we wouldn't be here. So,
also true. I mean, look, because you're a ray of positivity. I mean, what do you think about the premise that actually over time these cuts and what's happening in the industry can lead us to a better place? Because I think we've all been basically living off other people's money and robbing Peter to pay Paul for so long now that eventually this bubble had to pop. We had to get our shit together and become a serious business. So I mean, I look at it now and I'm like, I wouldn't say optimistic because I hate the industry. I mean, I think that's abundantly clear. But, ultimately, I think if you did care about the industry and its success moving forward, could you see some positives?
it's a shame you introduced me as a ray of positivity because I don't really have a positive comment for that. It's what I don't quite understand about it all is gaming as an industry is clearly not going anywhere. Like gamers and stuff like that has been on the rise for however long. Like it's not going anywhere. You would think esports would kind of go hand in hand with that. Obviously, I agree with you. Like all this, the influx of like VC money and bubbles bursting and whatnot. Like it was kind of inevitable that it wasn't gonna succeed in the way that it had been going for recent times. But it just seems I don't really know how you drive success in esports. Like every single time I've been involved in an esports broadcast or I've talked to esports people, profitability has never been on the cards. It's just never been a thing. And so maybe esports just becomes like, essentially just marketing for games. And that's just what it is. And companies just chalk up like, yeah, we're hemorrhaging money on this, but it puts eyes on our product and that's what we want esports to do. I don't know how it's going to work for esports. I just don't think I don't think there's a reality where you can make it profitable, at least not in the near future and with the current ecosystems that we have. And as you guys have said, the next step is the Saudis are going to get involved and they're going to prop everything up and they're going to prop everyone up. And of course, everyone's going to jump up a bit to get involved in that when they're saying, yeah, we'll pay you to be part of our organization. It's like, do we want money or do we not want money? Yes, we want money. And I'm someone that spoke out against the Neom deal when it came out with the LEC, right? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't want the Saudi government being involved in this to someone that's clearly infringing on various human rights, none the least to do with like the LGBTQ community. And we have those members as front-facing community, like casters and stuff, like talent on the show, people working behind the scenes on the show as well. Like, why would we want that? Just seems like such a disconnect from what the people of LEC, who they are. Having said that, if the Saudis threw a bunch of money at me and like, we want you to work our show, would I say no? Probably not, because I've got a fucking mortgage to pay, boys. That's just how it is. you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not ashamed.
Well, to be fair, I have heard they are the people who can help you pay mortgage payments.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's another shout out, Frankie. Didn't know that one. That is one of the main purposes, is paying those mortgages.
Here's the thing, though, as well.
To be fair, she has got her priorities, right? You should absolutely,
Yeah.
one, pay your mortgage, two, feed your kids. Those are really good priorities. You know?
Yeah, I mean, listen. I think what you're saying there is as well. By the way, I got lots of friends in the industry that are like, look, man, it's the reality, and I'm like, yeah, I totally get it. And the difference between the people that like I'm gonna splash cold water in the face of is, look, we are increasingly entering into a world where it is becoming nigh on impossible to walk the moral line. I'd never take a penny from Saudi. That's my line. I'd never take a penny from the Chinese government. I wouldn't take a penny from Russia, right? Like these are my parameters for morality. But it does get more complex, doesn't it? I have worked events where we had the US Air Force as a sponsor. I consider them a human rights violator. I raised this issue. I said, please don't make me say these things. I marched to not go to war in Iraq when you under false pretenses killed civilians. I don't want to say, and by the way, you know what's really cool? Sign up to the military. If you get injured, they totally look after you when you get back. I don't want to deceive young working class kids into throwing their life away for special interests. But I had to sit there in the chair, and I had to sit there in the chair next to a Serbian whose country got bombed by that sponsor. And so, did I do it? Yeah, because I fucking loved E-League, and I fucking loved Counter-Strike, and I fucking loved the CS community, and even with a knot in my stomach, I said, I probably can live with this. But then I complained. They hired someone to do the ad reads, and I wrote about it publicly, and I've written about it publicly ever since, and I've admitted, and it's sort of a mea culpa. So I totally get it. The difference for me is that, like if you're a hypocrite and you're going to post that rainbow flag in June, and remember, it does directly affect me. I grew up in a time when bisexuals, because we were coming out of the AIDS crisis, you definitely didn't want to reveal you were bisexual. The average bigot believed you were the vector that made straight people get AIDS. Like, think about that. Think about that poisonous ideology that was there. You didn't talk about this shit. I used to joke at university, why are you an honorary member of the LGB? It was just the LGB society back then. Why do you live with the head of the LGB society? You're not gay, are you? I used to go away and play rugby in the fucking mumbles. If anyone thought I'd ever had sexual contact with a man, I would have been murdered probably. Like, it was fucking insane. So I am fucking sympathetic, and I do fucking get it. And it does fucking matter when you say, hey, Rich, I totally think those experiences suck, and I stand with you. And then, meanwhile, have you met this guy? In 2019, they beat confessions out of 5 gay people and then beheaded them. They're bankrolling esports. So I can't do it. But here's the thing. As long as you don't morally grandstand and you look at me with a sigh and a wink and you point at your house and your car and your kids and you shrug and there's no other money, I get it. I'm not condemning anyone for that. You walk the lines you want in life. But that's the problem. What hurts these people the most in the industry is they want both. They want the cultural capital of being told that they are brave crusaders for justice, that they will never shut the fuck up about, but they want the money from the evil tyrannical regime that would directly hurt the people they claim to be champions of. And if they and it fucks their mind that they can't have both. It really does. It breaks them up inside. And this is why it's super important, guys. You must never let these people lecture you on anything ever again. They have cast their lot in. For those who never wanted to lecture, for those who just want to live, for those who just want to make bread in an increasingly difficult geopolitical landscape, I'm not saying you have my blessing, but you do you. But if you want to tell me that you would fucking stand with me and you would die for me, and then you go and stand with the very person who would kill me, fuck you forever. And that is how all the LGBT should feel. You are being played. You're being played for chumps. You're being used as shields. You should be outraged. You shouldn't shrug your shoulders on this. They're not brave enough to fight for the Saudi LGBT people that live in tyranny, and then they cozy up to you and you go, you're a gay competitor. You're totally safe because you're with us. How could you live with yourself? Where's the solidarity in that movement? So no, that's the problem I've always had. That's the problem, because it's so instructive that these people don't care, but they will lie to your face about caring. I can't do that.
By the way, I actually think you've also nailed it, because that's the thing. It's not that these people are torn up that they have to work with the Saudis and I've got to do it to make a living and all the cope they tell you publicly. The real thing they're annoyed about is they actually are, for real, entitled fucking narcissists who are angry that they can't simultaneously have a fake position that their bluffer's being called on and have the money and still have the respect that they have the fake position that's real. They want it all at once, which is why they get more angry, not at the fact they have to work with people they've said would kill their friends, but at the notion that you're calling them out. Like, I'll give you a great one that's an obvious example of the insane contrast, because I agree. Once you've stepped over that line, you can now never comment on any of those topics as far as I'm concerned, if you want to be morally coherent. So, like, for example, how are you ever going to complain about someone blocking someone else on Twitter when the people you work for, the literal people you work for who own the company and pay your wages, use the platform of Twitter to find dissidents and then put them in prison for 30 years? Yeah. Which is worse, because you're implying, since you won't speak out about them using the thing to get the dissidents to put them in prison, you're implying blocking people is worse. That's actually what you're asking is worse. So that doesn't work. That you've already made yourself a fool when you do that.
Yeah, completely. And look, again, we were being positive, and then bringing it. There's not a lot of positivity, but the point is, like, I still believe that actually maybe it's a good thing. Maybe Riot will never change, but maybe these other companies will. New management coming in from Microsoft, a new competent person being made president. She's saying all the right things, saying that actually all our game companies have their own unique identities and way of doing things. Wink, wink. We're not going to put gacha mechanics into all the games anymore. I'm a fan of Diablo 4. Wink, wink. I know how outrageous it is to have a battle pass with 3 fucking separate currencies to unlock things in the grind. Activision Blizzard might actually be salvaged by these changes. Like, I don't know about Microsoft's vision for esports. They seem to be very aloof on it. They like the one-off spectacle events like Halo, but they do know what it is, and they have run it, and maybe actually outsourcing it, maybe that's better. It's a shame it's only the Saudis, but I imagine it's open to all, open to the highest bidder. We're actually, as we move into 2025 and in CS and other games, and we're seeing the destruction of the partnered leagues, other companies are coming back out of the woodwork. PGL are going to be doing loads of content. You can work with PGL. There's a moral consistency there. They've took no Saudi money. You can, the StarLadder are coming back. Obviously, they had all the problems in Ukraine, and I've heard StarLadder are going to reemerge and do some more content. There might be shoots of opportunity, real Saudi-free opportunity coming back into the industry by 2025. And I think these cleanouts are hopefully going to be a catalyst for that. And I say hopefully, it won't impact on me probably. I probably won't work any of these events or do any of this stuff. I'll just be the angry guy shaking his fist, that bloody cloud, but if you care and you say you care, I urge you to try and just look at all of the pieces of the jigsaw, and you might realize that instead of some Hieronymus Bosch hellscape, it's actually a nice pastoral picture. You can think of the future. Yeah, be philosophical at this time.
Well said. Well, guys, it's been 4 hours now. So I think it is time for us to go. Thank you very much for Foxdrop being our Four Horsemen here. We had a lot to cover today. You guys will see the Four Horsemen more regularly moving forward. And I guess we're not excited about that, but it's work that absolutely has to be done. So as usual, guys, we'll see you next time, and esports delenda est.